Yeah. I'm playing politician. Yeah, I know. We haven't gone tonight. You don't have to when you're Sorry, everyone, I had to use that to quiet you down, but welcome to the meeting. We're back from the fair. I know I usually don't do that, but today's a little different. Everybody signed in? Okay, so before you leave, if you could please sign in so that we know who you are and you were here. Madam Clerk, could you please call roll?
Mr. Malloy.
Here.
Mr. Bernard.
Here.
Mr. Hernandez.
Here. Okay, item agenda number 1, dispense reading of the minutes of regular meeting on July 9, 2025. 2, approve bills. 3, to approve additional appropriations submitted by the auditor this July 3rd through July 9, 2025 is listed. 4, to approve transfer appropriations to the auditor between July 3rd, 2025 and July 9, 2025 is listed. 5, is Mr. Hickey here? John, you want to just say something about this item?
Yeah, in Trumbull County. This was all part of the community post package. It was for the striping and lettering, all reflective. Bit out of it, so.
It looks great. We had the opportunity to view it, and it's a beautiful vehicle. It's a man posted. You had mentioned that 911 goes down. It's available for 911, the security of our citizens, and we mentioned on that the commissioners agree. It's a work of art. Commissioner, were you and I?
Yeah, it's really something to see, and like I said before, we need to commend the past board for buying that vehicle. I mean, it's really something. Hopefully, we'll never have to use it, but it's there.
And just so you know, we'll be back, because we still have to do the radio package. So here, probably in about a month after that's all finalized, we'll be back probably one more time with that package. Now finalize everything.
And you still have money left to do.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We are going to show it off at the parade, correct?
Yes.
I gotta be in the parade.
Yes.
Sheriff Taylor, Commissioner's Office, and John, we will have to use a different phone number for that one when you're ready.
Oh, you tell me. Yeah, let me know. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. This is the Board of Elections. Anybody here from the Board of Elections? Oh, there you are. You're hiding with you. This is for.
The bids, 2 years ballot bids. We're recommending Phoenix Graphics get the bid as the most qualified bidder for this job. Which is how the SOX manual reads. They're also very competitively priced.
Have we used them before?
No, we don't.
Commissioners, any questions?
I have a question. Could you guys put that in for on your budget?
Yes.
Okay, so it's in there. No, we're good. I just wanted to check.
It's an ongoing budgetary, and it's the same as last year.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure so that we didn't have to do any more stuff.
Thank you. Eric, you want to buy a car?
The Veterans Commission would like to purchase a car.
Okay, and it is a 2025 Traverse in Full Valley in the amount of $45,1143. And any question on that, commissioners? No?
Their money.
Yep.
When they drive people back and forth to VA and different things and stuff, so it's.
When we have a smaller number of veterans to transport, instead of taking the 15 passenger van that uses more gas and the wear and tear, it's more expensive to maintain. If we, purchase a smaller SUV or those smaller trips to Cleveland that we take every day. And then we also have a Columbus 8 times.
That only question I got, Carrie, is this, will this thing be parked somewhere stationary? Or is it gonna be assigned to someone they drive every day to and from work? and
It'll
stuff?
be parked in our garage until it needs used. So
Perfect.
It'll be maintained.
It's good for the public, man.
Thank you, Carrie. Gary Schaefer, is he here?
I am actually going to represent
Oh.
Gary today.
Okay.
Nicole Klingeman, Trumbull County Engineer.
Yep.
We have a few items. The first is to approve the Ohio Department of Transportation prepared professional service agreement with CTL Engineering Incorporated to provide construction administration for the Old Town Viaduct in the amount of $366,488. 95% will be covered by federal share, and the other will be covered from highway funds with no general funds being needed. Do I keep going, or do you, sorry, I haven't done this before.
No, go ahead.
Keep
You're
going,
good.
okay.
Okay.
I didn't know
Great
if you
job.
had questions each time or to concur with the Trumbull County Engineer to grant special hauling permits to move overweight equipment to the company listed below.
Okay, so go ahead and read the name of the company.
Oh, read the name of the company, that would be All Erection and Crane Rental Corporation. The next item is to concur with the Trumbull County Engineer to grant special hauling permits for steel coils to Jaro Transportation Services. Number 11 is to concur with the Trumbull County Engineer to grant right-of-way permits to the companies listed below, which would be AT&T and Custom Utilicom. Number 12 is to concur with the Trumbull County Engineer to grant special annual supplier fleet permits to fleet vehicles to Miller Yount Paving and RT Vernal Paving and Excavating. Number 13, to concur with the Trumbull County Engineers Department and to authorize the clerk of the board to advertise for bids for the purchase of 2 bridge kits for Newton 15, which is on Selkirk Bush Road, and Green 14, which is on Wakefield Creek Road. They are to replace the steel beams and decking and the twin steel tube railings for these 2 bridges. And then number 14.
And Rick, I'll.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of like blind.
Nicole does a great job.
Yeah, she does.
Trumbull County Engineer for the record. And Nicole does a great job, so does Gary. That's why they save me a lot of time.
Yeah,
But number 14 is to authorize the Board of Commissioners to enter into a contract for the sale and purchase of property of the state of Ohio, Department of Transportation for the purchase of the Brookfield Hubbard ODOT outpost, more specifically described at Trumbull County parcel number 01000502 and 01901570. Purchase price will be a total of $150,000 payable in 3 equal installments. The first at closing, the second on August 1st, 2026, on August 1st, 2027. These payments will be made with a transfer of funds number 91-1100-1100-1-507010 to fund.
you could just say it on letting this to David.
Yeah, thank you. And appropriate accordingly.
And
And
go ahead.
I have with me this afternoon or this morning representatives from Hubbard and Brookfield who are in support of this along with my office. And this will benefit not just the county engineer's office, but it will benefit Brookfield Township and Hubbard Township. I'd like them to introduce themselves for the record.
Yeah.
This.
Good morning, Bill Coletta, Hubbard Township. We have been using that facility with the county for the last 2 years. It's been very, very good for us. Referring to the salt dome portion of it, we did not have a salt dome. So the county has let us use the existing salt domes. I mean, why would we want to build another salt dome when one's so close? And we can utilize that. The other thing they have done is they have let us use one of the bays for storage of the equipment during the off season. And that has been very helpful to us also. So commissioners, I would support this 100%.
Thank you, Bill, and Jamie.
Jamie from Brookfield Township, and we do some of the same things with the outpost. We have our own salt storage, but we buy it from the county, so typically we'd have to run all the way to Warren to get the salt. Now we just have to go up the road, and it's right there. And we do store stuff there on occasions, and we're working on a deal to hopefully just be able to stockpile some millings there. State Route 62 is getting milled next year. So this year we got millings from the ODOT, and we're hoping we can do the same thing. We're limited. I know Hubbard's limited on storage space, so if we can store some of the millings at that yard, would be great. Real helpful. So I don't
Thank
think.
you. And to add, Commissioner, as you know, county engineer's office stores salt with many of the communities in Trumbull County. And that facility provides us with an additional nearly 3,000 cubic yard capacity for that salt storage for these communities. The auditors' value that they placed on it is over $300,000. It's about $322,000. And the value of the domes on that property exceeds that, along with the other buildings. So I think this price is an outstanding price, thanks to ODOT, who's allowing the purchase at that point.
And commissioners, we were going around and around with pricing. Originally, the price at that facility was like 208,000, something like that.
Yes.
And then we had state rep, I had contacted State Rep Thomas. We looked into some research, told me to call District 4. I really didn't have any luck with District 4. And then David, you came up with this, and I know Commissioner, you spoke with Santucci Nick. And I don't know that we got anywhere with that, but Trustee Coletta and I working together in Hubbard Township. I could tell you, we priced one salt dome was over 250,000. And I believe too, that it would save wear and tear and also fuel, I think, in hauling this aggregate or whatever we're going to store there. I personally believe that this is something that we need to do, but I'm only one commissioner.
Mayor Ben Kyle's on the phone. You want to know if you can make a
Oh,
comment? Can
Absolutely.
we hit *6, Mayor?
I know it should be good.
Mayor?
Mayor,
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
There you go.
Hi, Mayor.
Okay. I just want to speak in favor of this. I think that the cooperation between the engineer's office, Hubbard City, Hubbard Township, and Brookfield Township is a fantastic example of how we can work together to really create economies of scale that helps benefit all of our smaller communities. And the availability of emergency vehicles and equipment and the salt or the aggregate materials that could be stored there has been a lifesaver for us. I know just this past winter when we needed our salt and we were able to just take our own trucks right to the facility to pick up our allotment right there in a timely fashion that helped our residents in the time when we had these terrible snowstorms. I think it's essential for us to have that. I know we even have our own salt dome, and to speak on that point, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on it, and it's just never big enough. And having that availability there and the cooperation that our communities can all have together, I truly think that it's an extremely important project. And I think that for whatever it's worth, having that in the engineer's back pocket at any given moment is essential for our residents here in the county.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner
Thank
Hernandez.
you.
One more thing I'd like to add, Commissioner, is the property currently, as it's valued currently, as a package plant on the property that treats the wastewater. We have a grant available for $175,000 to extend the sanitary sewer to that property so that it will then be serviced by sanitary sewer, which would certainly increase the value of the property, not that we're looking to sell it after we buy it, but it will increase the value well beyond the $150,000 or the $350,000 according to the costs. So this is a win-win-win situation all the way around for everyone.
Yeah, if we lose the grant,
And I want to, we do. And I would like to thank ODOT for working with us in making this happen. I think we have a lot of transformation.
I agree. I'm 100% in agreement with this. The only thing I have is, when I called to schedule Kristen to be here today for our consultant lobbyist now, she said she listened to last week's meeting and she believes with their relationship, she can get the state to waive the fee. She asked for an opportunity to do that. She'll be here at 11:30 to meet with us. But she says with the relationship they have with ODOT, that they believe they have an app where they can get the fee waived.
Oh, I mean, 150,000.
Yes.
So you would like to wait on this?
We are educated on this now. We're gonna meet with her today and see what she says today and see how fast she thinks she can get up. And maybe we can still enter the agreement and then get the fees waived at a later date. But she believes she's done similar things like this with other communities with ODOT. She believes that they have an end that they can get this done. That's her words. I'm just
That's
passing on.
kind of what I thought.
So she said she'd like a crack at it before we spend any money. She'd like a crack at it.
When you say fee,
150,000.
you're talking about the per.
Yeah.
so Commissioner, you're saying that we can agree on
Well,
this?
we'll ask Kristen if we agreed on it and signed everything. Would that interfere with what she wants to do? We'll find that out at 11:30 today. But we still will be in agreement. If she doesn't think we'll pass this tomorrow, and we may be able to pass this tomorrow, even with her still working on that. If it's a 3-year deal, then maybe she can get them waived year after year after year. She just said this is something she's dealt with before and she'd like a crack at doing it. To
Okay,
prove to her.
so then I'm believing that we're gonna approve this either way tomorrow.
I would say yes, in my opinion. I mean,
And then we're gonna ask Kristen if if she can move forward with.
Yeah, I think it's a great asset, to be able to provide service, for that part of the county and, I think if we can save the 150,000, I think that's a,
Oh, yeah,
that's an
absolutely.
option that we definitely have to look at. It. Either way, the county's gonna get that facility, whether we have to pay 150 or we can get it, hopefully at no cost. And I'm sure David, is for saving money. I mean, if we have to wait a week or so, you don't have a problem with that, correct?
No, as long as we don't lose the sale. As long as we don't lose the sale.
Yeah.
I have no problem.
And we should know by 11:30 what.
We'll know today when she comes in, that'll be the first question we hit her with this. The possibility, but she did say, she listened last week and she'd like a crack.
That's kind of what I thought a couple months ago when I said, maybe we get it for $1 or something like that. So hopefully that'll work out.
Okay,
Gentlemen, if I could interrupt real quick,
I give her a lot of credit because I know we've worked every avenue.
absolutely.
With our state reps, our state senator, worked with Jerry Nero, who's the District 4 Deputy Director. We went to some sources in the central office of ODOT. So I hope that she's able to accomplish that. And you've done better than what we collectively as commissioner and engineer.
Yeah, but I think what you're hearing, David, is either, irregardless, this is gonna happen. We're gonna own that property and we're gonna make sure that Brookfield, Hubbard, and I think, does Liberty utilize that maybe?
Well, Hubbard City, and I think Ben
Hubbard City.
was gonna say something.
Mayor, you wanted to speak?
yeah, real quick, just as long as this project moves forward, speaking on that grant that David brought up, if David and Gary Newbrow can review the Kermont Heights agreement to make sure that that property is within that sanitary agreement that was formed. Obviously, we, in the spirit of cooperation, definitely want to make sure that that grant is utilized for sanitary service. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Yeah, Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer, commissioners, when we built the Kermont Heights project, Rex was there too. We had to enter into agreement with the city of Hubbard to receive the flow from that neighborhood. And there was a boundary on that service agreement. And right now, I am not certain that it includes this extension of Route 7. I don't see it as a large amount of flow contributing to the city, but we're gonna have to review that. Dave, what's your expected flow out there? Are we looking at single resident equivalent?
Yeah, we don't station people out there who work.
So you got,
We just use it
if you have a
for-
restroom out there, maybe some sinks to clean up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Mayor, we don't see a large amount of flow resulting from this project. But you're right, I will go back and check that agreement to see what the limits of that agreement encompass.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay.
Well, that leads me to another question. David, this for winter for ice control, do you think maybe down the road you can station and run your ice control for that section of the county out of that garage, which would save response time?
There's a possibility. I'm not saying that that's been something we've discussed, because right now,
You consider looking.
yeah, sort of.
That could save, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I made treat those roads. When we call out, the drivers who take care of the northeast and the southeast, will report directly to that location, and they'll pick up their loads at that location. So that's pretty much the extent of their use of the facilities. When they're stopping to pick up loads, they may use the restroom in between.
So they'll just report right there and then pick up.
And pick up and head out.
Head out. Yeah, that's gonna save you
one load. They come back to that spot. They use restroom. Pick up and head out.
Good.
Good.
All right, Dave, thank you.
Hopefully we can save you some money.
I hope so.
I don't know, Sheriff, if you want to handle this. We did, this was a large discussion last week or 2 weeks
2 weeks ago.
ago. Commissioners, this is put back on. This is for public defender, representation. Sure, you want to say a
Here,
few words on it?
Commissioners, there is an update.
I see that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for Lordstown, the village of Lordstown. I did speak with Mr. Blank at length. He sent me a letter. Also, he's very willing to pay $500. He thinks that upon reflection, he thinks that 2150 came about when Lordstown was in place and there were 3 shifts. So you can imagine, probably many speeds. Sure, my dad got it. So he was more than happy to provide the same back to us as like McDonald and Portland Hubbard. So put it back on with hopes that we'll get this going, and we just put it back into, we've made it the same as the main public agreement, public defenders agreement, July 1st.
I just still believe with this, I mean, I'm glad. Basically, what Lordstown saying is they're not gonna contest it. So we're giving them the agreement to sign.
Right,
But when we look at this, we are paying for services. We're paying for per our agreement we made with the juvenile or with the public defender's office.
yes,
They're covering 88% or whatever it is. We're still paying 390,000.
right.
We're only collecting 80,000. We're still paying $310,000 we're not collecting. So I still believe this agreement needs revamped because we're the ones getting ripped off,
We'll,
passing the service.
Said it
through.
last week. These are rates that were.
we
these
will
are from
still have these
2000.
for a long time ago. We're still gonna, and we can make agreements with these municipalities, so I think that I need to do some more digging in, which I've been trying for 2 weeks to get this together, but
It was brought to our attention too. There's some that are missing here. We need to find out why, like New Falls.
yeah,
itself.
we don't know where they went. Why are they not on there? So there's also like the prosecutorial services also, that's also negotiable with these municipalities. And I think we need to look over some of those as well. We only have 4, but the city of Newton Falls, we pay them more, $2,000 or no, 4,000, I'm sorry. $4,000 more than we do the city of Warren, which I think that's a little bit, that's not quite fair. So there are some things that we really need to take a look at.
And that's why I think some of these other municipalities were very happy to sign this agreement.
I'm
Because they
sure.
know what type of deal they're getting right now, but that's our mistake for not billing enough, so we need to deep dive into this somehow and find out what's the fair price, because right now. We're eating about 80% of the cost.
Hopefully, we can get a yes, so I can get these agreements out, at least get something going for now, so that we're not sitting here eating all
But
of
I
it.
really believe next year, we're gonna have to look at this closer.
Yeah.
Audit, who's using what.
Well, there's not really a way to audit that,
Well-
that's the problem. Well, I'm going to have to like reach out to each one of these municipalities and like I said, that I do need to get a hold of the city of New Falls. We need to look at this further and see what's missing.
And I believe it starts with the state, the public defenders, if they're billing us for this,
Yes,
then we need to know what they are billing us for, and then we can pass that on to who's getting it.
they give us reports, but they're not that detailed. This is just for local ordinance violations. So this is the problem that they're having coming up with a total number, if you will. That we've had 400 local ordinance violations. There probably were that for Lordstown anyway, when Lordstown was up and running, when GM was up and running. Sure there would be. 3 shifts, I would imagine.
And we don't have to do this. We could have said no to that contract, and each municipality could have dealt with the state
Yes.
themselves. So we're literally saving them $310,000 right now by us saying, hey, we'll eat the cost.
Commissioners, Bill Danzo, prosecutor's office, that, just to be clear, that's not entirely how that would work. You are correct that they would be responsible for providing these services for municipal ordinance cases if we didn't allow them to contract with us. But keep in mind that $380,000 that you guys are spending as a board, that covers also really probably primarily state offense cases. Those you are as a board required to fund the indigent defense force. So the public defenders who work in the courthouse here across the street, the felony cases that are coming up, the misdemeanor cases that are coming up from these lower courts, those are the responsibility of the commissioners to fund the defense program for those. So the municipalities are supposed to be contributing back to you guys for those local municipal offense defense situations. So that's where when we get into this, it is a little bit more complicated than it's a little bit more complicated in that what you really should do probably as a good mathematical practice is try to figure out how many of these cases are there maybe in each of these courts. The clerk of courts maybe could help differentiate between the municipal ordinance cases and the state cases, and then work with perhaps the local public defender's office to find out percentage of time wise for the people who are assigned out there, how much time is spent on municipal versus state cases. And then the municipal case percentage could be used to perhaps calculate, if there's 2 people in that court from the public defender's office that each spend 20% of their time doing municipal cases, you could perhaps calculate a rough number. It's not ever going to be exact probably, but you could probably calculate a rough number. So there shouldn't really be a plan to get reimbursed your whole 380,000, because probably I would say the majority of that is supposed to be funded by the county because those are state offenses, not municipal.
Right, correct me if I'm wrong, it could be the same violation, but 2 different charges. It could be under their municipal or it could be under state code.
Correct.
If it's under state code, I would assume the state gets the money from fees, fines. If it's under municipal, the municipality gets the money. So it's cutting us out and cutting the state out. That's why they would have to reimburse it. They're trying to save money and get more money for themselves by using their administrative code instead of Ohio Revised Code.
Generally.
So that's why they would do either or.
Sure.
So if they see we're not penalizing them for using municipal, we're just saying, hey, if you're getting all the money, you got to pay us back for the service we provided.
All right, my only question is, what about the backfill? Are we gonna backfill these?
We can't. Can't do that.
We can't do that?
The law on this is very limited and somewhat unclear. I think the big thing that I would say is because these contracts have to be approved by the state public defender's office, we could try it.
But if the state public defender's office would not approve a backdated contract, then I think we're out of luck.
And I don't think, Sharon, when we made this big deal with the state, I don't remember them coming to us last year and doing the agreement with us last year. When there was that holdup, I don't think we paid the state either, did we?
Oh, yeah. No, we
I
didn't.
don't remember coming up in a meeting where we approved it because I was waiting for them to give us the bill, give us a breakdown, which they never did. Even after we met with Mr. Brzezinski a few times, we never got what
For
we
the
wanted.
municipalities, but we did for the state, we have to. We've had the public defender
Okay.
agreement every year.
On the state
Yeah.
part, but on the
Yes.
municipality.
And they give you guys, they
We just
generally
didn't
give
get
you
it.
guys a spreadsheet of it. It doesn't break it down by offense, it breaks it down by employee cost. So in other words, on the most recent spreadsheet, I
Yes.
think they give one every year because it's a yearly contract. It's broken down with how many full-time employees, how many contract employees and all that kind of stuff. And that's where you have to sort of do the math, to really get close to these numbers because they don't break it down that way in their contract with you guys. It is a flat, here's how many employees we want, here's what our budget would be, will you approve it? And then it's sort of on autopilot after that. It's up to us then.
But this was never on the agenda last year.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
So where's the harm in billing? No harm. You send them a bill, it's approved, or it doesn't.
I mean, I can,
I mean, where's the harm?
because I'm sure they use the services.
Yeah, so they use this, so let's see. If we,
And I think we're right back to,
it's no different.
we can't tell you what we're billing you for, but give us the money
It's no
anyway.
different
Because this is what
disagreement
you
right
used
now
to
that
do
we're
every
gonna
year.
approve. So where's the difference between backbilling them and approving the same?
Because I think we open that can of worms, some of them will know they gotta pay more. I don't know if we really dig deep and say pay us double, then they may dig their
It's
heels in
not
and
double,
say.
we're asking them to
approve
pay for services that were provided last year that they weren't billed for.
We tried, but
They
they,
have nothing to lose.
We can send a letter out and an invoice, because
With the-
obviously, I mean, we could provide a copy of the actual agreement, but none was ever signed, so I don't know how well that will go over. And what we did here is we also changed, they used to have the dates from January to December. And because we didn't do that, we changed it to July 1st through that, so that way we're only missing 1.5 years.
I get that, but my other question would be, why weren't they billed?
Because there was an agreement, wasn't approved on the agenda, I couldn't put it on, I tried. I put it on, it was rejected. Quite some time ago, it was rejected.
So they didn't wanna.
no, I think at the time, the thought
wanted-
was, we're still waiting for the state or someone to tell us what we're billing. We have a breakdown. And we had many talks with the public defender's office and they kept saying, we're looking into it, we're looking into it, we're looking into it. And then they came back with, we can't tell you how many, what we're billing for.
But we
Still don't think it's fair.
But we still don't have it. Or approved. That's,
Correct.
I say we still don't.
We try to do that.
Need to add that into the. We're gonna need to add that into
Some special note, we will send a
the vote.
invoice and a letter out to each.
For
municipality
services that were provided.
For 2024, right, for 2020.
One thing's for
June
sure,
30th,
the
2025.
pricing on these, and we mentioned, it, these gotta be.
December.
We gotta look at it.
All of
These
24,
are-
we didn't get. And then-
Well, I think we're gonna need the help of the prosecutor's office.
I mean-
to determine that.
$500, an attorney will cost you
That's 1 hour.
$300 an hour, at least minimum now. Okay, do you want to move on, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Nick Hawkins, Planning Commission?
Nick Coggins, Trumbull County Planning Commission. Item number 16 is to amend a contract with MS Consultants. We award them professional services to conduct certain floodplain related studies required by FEMA in accordance with our special flood hazard. So this is an amendment to amend the scope of work and amend Exhibit 3, which was additional services to reflect that what we're going to pay them. So a new study came up that we're going to have to do additional, it's data collection, which is going to be an elevation survey and a hydraulic study on an additional property that was not originally identified in Exhibit A in the scope of work. So we're making this amendment to include that additional scope of work. That was covered in the actual agreement under section 4, additional services to be performed. All of the additional services that they will perform with the scope is included in that. We are not asking for any more money. This is all going to be covered under money that's already allocated to their agreement with them. This is all in there. That's why Exhibit C has changed. We itemize those line items. But this is, we need to amend the contract because this scope was not originally identified in that Exhibit A. So we're adding the additional work to Exhibit A. And Exhibit C is editing their current breakdown of payment to include those 2 additional studies that we're gonna. Item 17, 18, and 19 are all related. They're actually related to 2 agenda items you passed while you were at the Trumbull County Fair. Arley Land Management is the property owner for Old Forge Services that received a revolving loan fund through Trumbull County in 2011. So we released those 2 liens last week, which those satisfaction mortgages need to be signed by the commissioners. And I know Christina, Lisa, and Amy all have a bunch of things to do, or a bunch of things to sign. So make sure you sign all of your documents or see them before you leave today so that we can make sure that those are done. But these are in concert with that RLF. We had a security agreement, a personal guarantee by the owners Robert Eubanks and Teresa Eubanks, and a corporate guarantee by Old Forge Services, which is the company that provided the jobs, and Arley Land Management is the company that owned the property. Pretty typical structure for commercial or industrial facilities, a landowner and a business owner sector. So 17 will be to terminate the security agreement. Since they have paid off the revolving loan fund, they no longer need that security agreement. 18 is to release the personal guarantee of Robert and Teresa Eubanks, the owners of Old Services. Again, they paid off that loan and we no longer need it. And 19 is to release the corporate guarantee for Old Forge Services. Again, paid off the RLF, and we no longer need to keep that corporate guarantee. Item number 20 is to reappoint Miss Amy Rear from the Trumbull County Soil and Water District to the Floodplain Variance Board. In our special purpose flood damage reduction regulations, we're required to have a flood variance board in case anybody's found in violation. They can take it to the variance board, and they must be from one of the departments listed below. So the Planning Commission, Soil and Water, Sanitary Engineer, EMA, Health District, Building Department, of the Sheriff's Office. We currently have Mr. Hickey and Tony Beets from the Health District are serving. Amy was on previously. Her term has expired, and she has expressed interested to be reappointed for the next 3 years. So this is requesting that she be reappointed to that flood variance board that we're required to be. And that is it for my agenda items, unless you have questions.
I noticed a special note. Commissioners selecting 3 members from each of the boards. Here,
It's 3 from one of the following. So we have John Hickey, Tony Beets, and Amy is from Soil and Water. So she would be the 3rd person on the variance board. And as I said, she's currently on. Her term's expiring. Would like to serve again. But if the commissioners so chose, they could look from the Planning Commission, the Sanitary Engineers, the Building, and the Sheriff's Department to also fill her seat if you wanted to. But Amy's on it and she wants to continue to serve if you would have her.
yeah, thank you, Nick. I read it wrong. I thought it was 3 for each. That's 3 from one of the following.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick. We're gonna move to Gary Newbrow.
All right, Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer, item 21. First college, you were off last week. I sent you an email. Are you okay with it?
It doesn't matter to me, it's the board's decision.
I want to make sure.
I also can
everything's-
say it is a vacant position, Scott Burner's not in a position. I understand that. I would default back to, I hate to say this, but I would default back to you. If your funds are there and that's what the board determines, then so be it. And it looks like you discussed this with what I see. The I don't want to use the wrong term.
Water Advisory Council.
Thank you. Um, so at the end of the day, it's a board's decision and yeah, position vacant. That's all I can tell you when I've looked into it thus far, and it has been vacant. For roughly, I would say, this past 4 months,
That was at the first of the year that he moved, so.
6 months.
Yes. So, Commissioners, Stouffer, he moved on to the MBSD. And he was my assistant sanitary engineer. At that time, Bill McCoskey has been, fulfilling those duties. And it's only, fair in my mind, that he does get, receives the actual pay of the assistant sanitary engineer and that type.
It's been there a long period of time. Go ahead. Bruce.
Rex Fee, yeah, flashbacks here. On the sanitary, Hampton Township trustee and also chairman of the advisory panel. This was discussed at the meeting at Gary's office a few weeks back. And I think Mr. Coletta will agree with me that the way this was presented, it was not only Mr. McCoskey, it was also 3 or 4 other engineers that you had need for. Because your words, you said you had projects in the wings
Yes.
To address, and you need this influx of engineers to address those projects. I spoke against it. My concern is simply this. As of June 26th, 2025, there was a water fund balance of $127,429.27. I told Gary at the time that I think you need to get your breath. You're coming out of a position of negative fund balances essentially across the board in all the sub-districts. And I think you should step back, wait to see what this increase does for those fund balances, and then revisit it. I think it's awful early to make a move and bring people on and proceed with it, increases in payroll when you just went through the issues.
All right, Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer, commissioners, we're looking at an approximate $8,000 per year increase in pay. Roughly 1/3 of that is paid by the water. So you take 8,000 divided by 1/3, that's somewhere around 2667 per year. And on top of that, I do get reimbursed for a substantial amount of bill cost time in the grant sources, the funding sources. Matter of fact, I usually average about $100,000 per year coming back from funding sources. Once you factor that in, we're looking at less than, I would say, $2,000 per year, $2,000 per year increase on the water fund itself to accommodate this promotion.
Once he's promoted, then are you gonna have it, then are you gonna want to fill his position?
And that was going to be a separate subject here, commissioners, I was going to speak to you about. We do have the minutes of the water advisory.
Well, I just received those this morning, but that's kind of my problem, that on the first meeting of the water advisory panel, that you represented all these rate increases and hiring people. I didn't think that was their sole purpose. And I'm not sure why that was brought up at the first meeting without allowing them to see what actually is going on out there. And now, you know, with these rate increases and adding more expense out there, that's going to deplete that $127,000 where we have in the positive there. And we just granted the rate increase, and I just can't understand why you would bring that up at the first meeting, asking the panel to approve all this. And then I can't understand why the panel didn't take that back to the board of trustees and ask them you know, if they agreed with it, and everybody just there said, yes, 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 and yes. I mean, it's kind of confusing.
Commissioner Rex Fee, Champion Township trustee. I had a short conversation with Mr. Coletta this morning. We both agreed that for the initial meeting, there was a lot put on us to review and make decisions. And I'm here to say that although I respect the other members of the panel, it takes more than a 15-minute PowerPoint to bring those trustees up to speed on the nuances of how the sanitary engineers operates. It's unfortunate that that occurred, and I take some of the blame myself, being the chairman. I think we should have stopped it. I see that after the fact, unfortunately. But I just feel that, you know, that was a lot for a green board to take on and review and make decisions. I mean, it's very.
I guess my thought on this too is when we had the advisory board was put there and we picked a chairman, I thought the advisory board's running the meeting, running the agenda, what they were doing. When I looked through this, they made a bunch of motions and every one of them passed. And even this here passed with a vote of 10-1 by the board members. So the board members need better instruction or something. I mean, and we've never been communicated with this thing. What do we create here and what are they doing? I guess is my question here. If the chairman is the one no vote, but his whole board around him that we appointed is all yes votes, there's something discrepancy going on, I guess. I agree. I agree. Mr. McCoskey's doing double duty. I see that. And then you move everyone up and everyone moves up and now we're higher in pay and then our lowest level positions are open to pay the least. And I don't know if that's exactly where we need to be with stuff, but I do agree for the work that Mr. McCoskey's doing. He is doing a lot of work that he's not getting paid for comparatively to the guy before him. And I honestly don't think that's fair either. But we need, I guess, better direction from our board to the advisory board, or we're going to get this every meeting, I believe.
I agree. I think we need to give the advisory board an opportunity to go back and meet and indulge and see what's going on there and see what their true recommendation is. Not just you know, it's just like me, when I walked through these doors in January, I was there a week and they said, rate increase, rate increase, rate increase. And they did the same thing to the advisory panel. First meeting, rate increase higher, rate increase and higher. And I just think you need to give everybody a chance to see what's going on. And Rex has some legitimate, I guess, concerns out there.
He does, but the other 10 didn't.
Well, let's see why. Okay, I'm hearing rumors on why, so let's really see.
When's the next meeting?
You know,
It's scheduled for September, but by the bylaws, I can call you at any time. So
I mean, and are they supposed to be looking into personnel?
no,
Are they supposed to be looking into just rates?
I think they're supposed to be looking at how can we save money out
I
there.
don't know that we
Yeah. right.
charge them with looking at personnel decisions.
I
and personal
agree with you on that.
I think that's our decision.
But why was that presented to them?
Like Gary Newbrock, commissioners, I did with this, motion, Bill McCoskey on a prior, agenda item, but it didn't make the agenda. And I was told that we're gonna have to wait until after we get the Water Advisory Council Committee, established, or I can do anything.
Yeah, but why would you present it at the first meeting knowing that nobody knew what you were gonna be talking about?
Commissioner, it was a 3-hour meeting, and I thought it was very informative. We probably spent, pretty up to speed, explaining to them how our finances work. A lot of them had already been at that, meeting in Howland Township that we had, that you attended, 3-4 months ago. We're looking at, increase in the rates, so you all were up to speed. Bob Mariano presented them the current balances and all the funds. And we did what we were asked to do, and that was present this to a committee in order to bring us these proposed resolutions to you. Besides the, motion for Bill Cosby, all the other actions on here are to, help us generate funds. As far as the permit fees, we're losing money on every, connection that we make for the new customers. These are not charges that go toward our existing customers. We just need to meter cost this much, we need to get that much out of it, not lose money on every time somebody purchases a meter or a curve box. Or the other hardware necessary for this installation for this water tank. And that's basically what the other resolutions are related to. It's for us to use these measures to shore up our financing and to keep us at the black, not to be losing money on these other issues.
Now, they also, it was recommended by the panel by Allen Township to hire a financial advisor for the water district. I thought that's what this advisory board is supposed to be doing too. So again, clearly, there's a loss of direction, at least in my mind, with this. Why would the board we hired or that we appointed to oversee the finances want to hire somebody to go and do their job?
Commissioner, I think that financial advisor topic came up when I asked the question, whether the commissioners and the sanitary engineers have proceeded in putting the performance audit schedule. And then it was brought to the table that they thought maybe a financial advisor would wait.
Yeah, and Commissioner Gary Newbrow, they did not say to go and hire one here, Commissioner. Bob brought it up, they said, well, how much is it gonna cost? Bob, I'm not sure. But we do know that MDSD, the other municipalities, they do bring on a firm that helps them with being able to predict what your financial needs are going to be for public utilities. And
Yeah, I just read the way
Bob just wanted to explore it, give some requests, see if it's something that we might want to do. But he wanted that, he had that discussion with them first. And so they made the motion to assume proposals for a financial advisor. And that's all. It's not to go hire one, it's just to investigate and see if it's something that may be beneficial to the department. Okay. Commissioner, do you have a copy of the minutes? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Feasel, what's your take on these rate structure increases?
Well, I think, do we want to go there right now? Or do we want to just address number 22 first and then get into those?
We can address 22 and then you just go right down.
21.
Well, you just.
We want to get over.
Well, 22, I have Brian Johnny here. That doesn't have anything.
No, I mean, don't you want to present it to the commission?
Oh, okay. All right, commissioners, item 22. This is, we need a laborer down at our Brookville. Yeah, a laborer at the Brookville, wastewater treatment plant. And we're some groundskeeper at maintenance is coming over to our department. This is for a union bid. Alex, you have anything to add to this?
No, again, the board of commissioners made it clear that if there was people who vacated a position that was necessary, you obviously determined that this was necessary. You are short laborers, from what I understand.
Do they have any laborers there?
One,
Because we only have one groundskeeper right now, so why would we want to let one go?
you don't have an option, it's contract.
So
You deny that.
do we have to post that position?
It's contract. Commissioners, if you don't adhere to what he says, you will be in a.
So we can't keep that position within the same union in a different
It is the
department?
same. 2493 is for sanitary and for,
Right, so what I'm saying is, why would the union object to losing somebody? Why would they want to keep him there in the position that he's in, especially going down from 4 to 3?
it's not every single day, Commissioner, we did put in. Like I said, the last contract negotiations, I was actually able to put in the 1 year that you have to be in a position for 1 year unless it's a promotion. This does not fall into an employee's choice if he wants to go down for whatever reason. Could be scheduled, could be he doesn't like the job he's in. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that is their union right. And I don't usually, I don't usually sign on behalf of you know, but that is their right, Commissioner. You'd be violating your CBA, you know, to be quite frank.
I'm saying if they have 3 already, we got 1 or 2, why would we go to 1 and let them have 4?
They don't,
If
if
it's-
you're short as well, I don't have their work chart on me.
When was this position vacated? Oh,
So the job posting was June 20th, so I have.
so just recently,
Yeah, yep,
so all we're doing, someone left and all you're doing is filling.
backfilling, yeah. So I have the job posting right here in case there was.
And then we're gonna have to backfill position that he's leaving,
That's correct,
correct?
But that's how it works. I mean, 2493 to 2493, it's a large union. There's a lot of movement. I do this every single week. I mean, this is consistent. And again, I'm not for violating.
Yeah, and all you're doing.
Unless you want to go to arbitration again.
No, I'm just saying, we're not getting the work done. We're getting complaints from judges about things not, trash not being empty,
Yeah, but I think,
things not getting
what
mowed.
happens is we're just replacing some
That's it.
stuff. And then the labor from maintenance wants to go over there and then we're gonna have
Right.
to replace it. Just replacement. That's all.
That's all I do, unfortunately, especially within 2493. It's a big union. This is what, you know, and obviously, Commissioner, one thing that resonates with me, I'm not speaking on behalf of this employee, but typically if an employee in general is willing to take a lower pay range, it must mean they aren't happy with the position they're currently in. And the work's not necessarily always getting done the way that we want it to get done, right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just using this, I'm not saying this specific example, but maybe it's time for a change for this employee. That's all I can say about that. That's his right. He exercised his rights. We have to hear that.
So why aren't we advertising to fill this position at the same time?
Until he moves, and so in the union, there's a 5 day, so they also have a 5 day window where he can choose to exercise his rights to go back to the other position. So I have to wait those 5 days. Commissioners, it's a revolving door. This happens all the time. So I will force the sanitary engineers department, and it does also screw, and I hate to say that, but kind of screws over our maintenance department because the contract says that they have 5 days. Commissioners, that used to be nearly 30 days, okay? We worked very hard to negotiate that out of the contract because I was tied to a 30-day job posting, but yet an employee had 20 some days to go back to the position. I was never gonna meet this timeline. So we've worked through all those things in the last contract negotiation, and this is what you're seeing here, it result of that. So what will happen is 5 days after he assumes this position, he has 5 days to either say he can write off on day 1 and say, I want to stay in this position, or we wait the 5 days and then post the 7 days and then fill the groundskeeper's position. So that's how that works. Commissioners, this employee hasn't been working anyways for the past couple months, so that's all I'm gonna say. So we have been with one groundskeeper. Period.
But the previous, because Mr. McCoskey's not union, moving we don't have to fill that position, but we probably should.
That's a non-bargaining, so that's a very good question. That's why I said, if you remember going back to when they asked me HR's opinions, all I can say is I have to default to the department head. If the funds are there, if the board deems it fit, so be it, but it is not a union position. So I can't tell you, you absolutely have to fill that. No, I can't tell you that, but I am gonna default always to the department head. But the biggest thing should be, is the funding available? That I can't agree, or that I have to say, if funding's not there. I don't know, that's on the. board's-
Or they're kind of putting 21, they're kind of putting it on you, or they're saying for the recommendation of the human resource department.
Well-
You really aren't recommending that.
I mean, all I can say is I didn't recommend it, the panel obviously recommended it.
Well, they said you and the panel.
I was not at the meeting, I was not.
Here's my question.
Yeah, Gary.
Commissioners, excuse me one second, Gary. Here's my question on 21. We do need to go back to that. We got an advisory panel. We had 10 yeas and 1 nay. To me, the board felt that this was necessary to do.
No, this one can come.
No, you said 21.
21.
Correct. Previous.
So and Commissioner. with all
I'm
due
sure
re-
how, I'm
with
not
all-
sure how well.
I don't know, but with all due respect, if you got a board of, and there's 10-1, I understand Rex's position and I understand the financial impact of it. But evidently they see the need. And I personally believe, I just want to go back to this because we're going to get, we're going a little bit above ourselves here. I mean, I would be one commissioner for the advancement of Mr. McCoskey
I would be
in
too.
this spot, especially since the advisory panel has given their blessings on it.
So
But that's
saying-
my position.
So are you saying no matter what the advisory board, whatever they recommend, that you're gonna get the stamp of approval on that?
No,
Anything that they come back?
I'm just looking at what
Well,
they're.
no, I just would like a clarification. You're saying.
10-1's pretty strong. I hate to go against 10 people and say,
Well,
I know
what
better
happens
than that.
if they come in and make another recommendation, it's 10-1, you're gonna go along with that also?
I mean, I have a sanitary engineer who actually is requesting it and then getting
Yeah,
it.
it's not hurting, it's really not hurting the department until we can figure out where we are financially. I mean, we raised the rates not to raise salaries and higher positions, I thought, because, we were 5 years in the hole. We lost, what, $1.5 million last year? And we agreed to raise the water rates, and now 2 or 3 months into it, we're wanting to hire people.
yeah, but the problem we have, commissioners, he's got 5 guys there now. And we know 2 are gone by the end of the year, 2 are retiring.
Well,
So-
we replace them when they go.
I understand that, but he's already absorbed his job and the deputy's job. Now we're gonna have 2 more people going. Are we gonna keep this guy at the same rate? He's gonna absorb 4 jobs at the same rate? I think he's earned it. I think it's,
I think
what would
that's
you do?
stretching it there.
Randy, what would you do if you didn't have a deputy?
I'm not Randy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good one. What would you do if you didn't have a deputy?
Well, Nikki,
Touche.
Nice.
I would be hard pressed to get the work done. I would be hard pressed to get the work.
Well, I don't think we're comparing apples and apples, asking the county engineer what he would do over sanitation. I mean,
Well,
I would hope that we would wait, give the advisory council a chance to go back and review this. Although it's not their job, as you stated earlier, it's not their job to tell us who we should hire and who we shouldn't hire. And I just think it was too premature to do that. I think it was wrong, and I'm surprised that the trustees didn't go back to their boards and say, look, this is what they want to do, and then the result is it's probably gonna cause our rates to go up. Are we for that?
Well, there was documents included in Rex V. Champion Township trustee, there was documents included in the presentation that couldn't possibly have been looked at and studied. But and one of them I'm looking at, there is a decrease in residual equity in Warren Township Water District, $37,550. Southeast, $545,000. Champion, $215,000. Middle Ridge, just under $200,000. Howard, $392,000. Graceville, $163,000. For a total of $1.5 million. In red. Decrease that. And you're coming off bad performance. And trying to, catch up, so to speak. My way of management is step back, get your breath, let the funds regain some positive, revisit it, and then make your decisions. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree with it, Commissioner. I don't disagree with what Rex is saying, absolutely, but I'm just trying to figure out why. When a recommendation, this board saw the need and voted the way they did.
And I don't think 8 grand is gonna break us.
That's it. Commitment
For
period.
professional
So commissioner, it's gonna be less than 2,000 per 100. I mean,
I don't think that's the issue. The issue is he's gonna come back and want to fill all these other positions. I think that's the issue.
Well, Jerry Newbrow, since our engineer, Commissioner, I also explained this to the committee that we normally have 5 engineers in the Vienna building. We are down to 3. Another one's getting ready to retire right now. Well, we're down to 3. We got 3 guys doing the work at 5 out there. We got projects stalled in my department. I'll admit it. We don't have time to get to these.
What projects are stalled? How long have they been stalled? When were they started?
I don't have the list with me.
Well, I'd like to see the.
Gazette Water's one.
Yeah.
You got the letter for water, we've got no hearing yet.
Right, you're talking about that one.
Williams Drive.
Williams Drive, yes, we're not able to get started on that. We got a.
How long's that
we got a
project been?
sewer line on
How long's that
that
project been in existence?
They turned in a petition, what, about a year ago, Commissioner?
So right after we did, right after you did the Elm Road.
Right.
And you're saying because you don't have enough staff that they can't move forward?
Commissioner, I'm saying that we have to allocate our resources for immediate projects at hand.
I understand that.
We have
But if you're
$40
telling the
million
trustees,
project down
if
here.
you're telling the trustees that you need these positions because these projects are being stalled, I'm not sure that's really true.
Well,
And maybe that's why they voted to hire this person.
Commissioner, all
They
the
were told that.
Commissioner, we told them, we let them know that we are understaffed. And that they made, we told them why we were understaffed. And they said to go ahead and start looking into, promoting, let's see here.
Did you tell them you didn't have any money also?
Commissioner, they're aware of the financial situation, yes.
So they're willing to increase rates for you to hire these additional people?
No, Commissioner.
Did that result in a rate
That's
increase for
not
that
reading
2000?
here at all.
Well, it will be.
Rex State, Champion Township trustee. One thing I brought up, I think should be looked at, and when I was with the department, we went towards in-house design. Because at the time, we had 27, 28 projects, that consent order projects, small extensions, water and sanitary sewer. We decided that some of our in-house engineers could take on those smaller projects so that we could get some of those projects moving. Prior to that, most of the design was done by a professional engineer, a consultant, EMS consultant, spoke, et cetera. I think you may want to revisit, possibly get those engineers back on board to design some of these projects. You will get the design costs back as the project moves along and it's implemented and constructed. That would take some of the pressure of hiring new people to work through the backlog. That's always an option. Have an actual consultant do some of the design so that the sanitary engineers can concentrate on other issues. And I gotta say this as a Champion Township trustee. I think it's imperative county and sanitary engineers divert some of their attention to removing I&I and sanitary sewers. What we experienced in Champion Township this last rainfall was, boy, did we take a beat, but that's what we're there for, right? But it's my opinion that we are allowing treatment of extraneous clean water at treatment plants that we pay for and affect our user fees. We have got to start removing that. Got to start removing that.
Yeah, Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineers, yes, I explained this to the committee of the millions of dollars a year we're losing on this inflow and infiltration going into city of Warren's master meters, the city of Youngstown, and any other treatment, city of Girard. All this rainwater, and it's going through master meters. And this is a sewer issue, not a water issue.
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
way. But at the same time, we need to put together some sort of program where we need to get those footer drains disconnected from people's houses But this is gonna take a lot of resources to identify which houses they are. What's gonna be our approach once we do that? Or how many do I have? Can I find some grant funds to go do this on private property, on people's houses? So how do we implement this program? And that is something that I've been trying to get to years now. But do we have some sort of inspection program where you can't transfer a property until we go in and we inspect those footer drains? You have to correct the property. This is a huge program that needs to be taken up by our department. Nobody else is gonna do it but us to make this happen. And here I am with 3 engineers in my department when that is a huge issue that we need to get to.
Well, just to go on record, there is an I flow study done. It's at the sanitary engineer's office for I in Champion Township. So the groundwork is there.
Well, we can just take a look at the flow meter, see during dry weather, it's only this much during
But
wet
this
weather.
isolates the area this year.
Why not?
This isolates all. Bill Coletta, Hubbard Township. I am part of the committee. We did have our initial meeting. I am not as well versed as some people there in the water district, but part of the board, that we were on, we did spend quite a bit of time there, 3 hours, going over finances, needs, different rates. The rates that did come up, I mean, as a board member, it's like, why would we be doing work that we're losing money on? We just come off a rate increase for water. Now we're doing these other items and we're losing money doing them. So in my eyes, and Rex also, why would we not raise those certain items up to at least where we're breaking even and not securing a profit? And that was one thing, we were gonna break even, not lose money. So that was very important. As far as the promotion and the adding of employees, I was in favor of compensating that individual to what he was doing. He was filling in for quite a while now. And he was not getting compensated for it. He was doing multiple jobs. So yes, I think that's very important that the commissioners look at that separately from adding positions to increasing this person to promotion and compensation. So as far as adding the employees, I think you need to look at that and separate it from the promotion to adding. We did receive bylaws that night, so as far as the direction, yes, it's a little vague. The board is trying to learn some continuity with each other and communication to further go down the road and look at things in a different pattern or a little more clear. So with the bylaws just being given to us and learning what actually our function truly is, I think the next meetings will be a lot more with that manner.
Alex, Jonesy Bush, Human Resources Front. The only thing that I can say is I don't disagree with, I'm sorry to cut you in, but Trustee Coletta, I just would say, I don't disagree. I think to pay somebody for the work that they're doing is one thing. However, when I look at this item, not what's on the agenda, but what's in the minutes, it says a motion with said employee that's on the agenda today. One pay range. I get what you're saying, Commissioner Millay. I'm trying to hear it all. And again, I wasn't present for any of this, so I'm just getting caught up. Paying somebody for something that they're doing is one thing. Again, it's a professional service. They are an engineer. However, then there's this additional caveat to add additional engineer staff. That's where I start to, on behalf of the board, it's your decision. I can't tell you what to do or what not to do, but what I would expect is what I would do is cost analysis of how much it would cost to
contract out with M&S for an additional, I mean, I'm not saying, give Mr. McCoskey, if that's what the board decides to do, compensate him fairly for the work that he's doing and has been doing. That's one thing, and it's minimal in the grand scheme of what we're looking at. However, everything thereafter, where the chips fall thereafter, I think there needs to be a cost analysis of, could we do the work through a consultant, maybe potentially cheaper and save in fringe benefits? I don't know, but we need to look at all that before we go gung ho and just make a decision and say, let's bum, right? So maybe take this in phases, is my suggestion to the board. Again, my suggestion, it's the board's decision.
Looking at the one piece, and if someone's doing the work of someone else, or
We don't wanna lose
the
employees either.
deputy, right, of course,
So
engineers are in big demand.
you have to look at the pros and cons of both sides. At least that's what I do when I'm looking at something from an HR perspective. So for the cost of potentially what I'm trusting what engineer Newbrow is saying, $2,000, you're going to retain an engineer. What would the con be? Losing an engineer and then being down how many engineers? Now, there are some succession plans in place already within that department. That's not really highlighted in here very much, which I'm a little bit surprised of. I'm hopeful that they went over that in the meeting with you guys. I mean, there is a plan to replace Bill Durst. There is a plan there. There is a plan to replace. They are still going to be short engineers. Yes, I don't disagree with that. But there are some things in the work to make sure that there's not, at least from when I talked to Bob Mariano. So we are still keeping abreast of that as well. Now, he's sewer and I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
that's why I didn't come up, but I.
But it is in the notes, so it kind of makes it look like you're having, and I don't disagree that there's gonna be an exodus of
All these.
engineers, but it's
Yeah.
not necessarily at the max that it appears.
The engineers I'm referencing in here are office engineers, not
I agree, but Bill,
field engineers are Bill Turge and Ron Watson.
but that is,
And then they both have assistants right now that are gonna.
Right.
that we've been,
I don't disagree
training
with
to
you, Gary, but
step
I'm
up
just reading
for
the
them.
notes in here that specifically says Bill Durst. By the end of this year, I mean, it's in the notes, so I just want to be clear that Bill is on the scene.
okay, so.
You see what I'm trying to say? So that does kind of. We want to look at this two different it's water and it's sewer. So sewer, yes, we are gonna be losing filters, we know that, but we have a succession plan for that, okay? But that's also commingled in the notes. So I just want to be very transparent here. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
But I do also agree, I probably would not be one to do, I mean, well. But if you're doing a job, you should pay for it. But again, you should look at everything collectively and move in parts and pieces, not it's just, we're gonna fill this and then do this, this and this. Maybe, give him the money that he's deserved, if that's what the board decides to do at 2,000, and then after that, do a cost analysis. How much would it cost to contract out the work of engineers versus employing a full-time engineer, taking on those fringe benefits, taking on all of those things? I don't know, something to look into.
And I think that's.
We beat that down pretty good.
And I think that's what trustee Coletta is saying, that he's in agreement to pay him for the work he's doing, but not a carte blanche to hire a bunch of engineers at this
Correct,
point.
and nobody said that anywhere, it's not here,
Well,
nobody
I think
expressed
the
it.
question
Yeah,
there,
at this time.
right?
Yeah.
But Mr. Coletta, that's kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of probably the feeling of the board, person was doing the work, so give him the extra.
That was Bill Coletta. That was where the audit conversation did come up. That really, how many engineers did they need versus workload versus that? Not that we pursued that any about an audit, but it was just a question that came up. What does something like that cost, a performance audit, or is it marginal, or is it very expensive? And that was all the reason for an audit, was just to see what that cost is before anybody makes a recommendation.
And now these next couple agenda items, I think, are gonna show we're gonna bring in more profit, it's gonna help cover some of these costs that we didn't have before.
Our
So,
offset,
yeah, can we move on to 23? I think we beat that, as Rex said, beat that horse down pretty good.
Well, I think it's an important issue though. I mean, and the people have a right to know what's going on out there when they just got a rate study increase.
I agree. Okay, so we are gonna move on to 23.
All right, Commissioners, I'm Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineers, item 23. various businesses or even residential customers, they come to our office and they take out various types of meters. First is what's called a pole meter. If they are filling their swimming pool and they don't want that amount shown on their sewer bill, they take out a pole meter and they rent that for $50. And it'll tell us how many gallons went into that swimming pool and not into our sewer, so we can reduce their bill. And we charge for that rental $50, and we are recommending that stays the same. Now, when it comes to, there's another thing that contractors take out, these are called hydrant meters. That's when they need a large amount of water and they need to go to one of our fire hydrants, take it out of the fire hydrant in order to, usually it's some sort of water storage truck with a tank on it. And we've been charging $50 for that rental. And it's for a 12-month period. We'll have a contractor come in March, take one out and not return it until next March, and we'll figure out how many gallons went through that meter and write them a bill for it. We were charging $10 per thousand for that. The problem with the hydrant meters though is that they cost us $3,500 a piece roughly. And Mary Ann was the one who brought this to my attention. And that if they get them for, right now the current rate is $50 to rent that hydrant meter. They go take it for a year. It's going to take us 70 rentals before we get our return on investment on that hydrant meter. So we brought this to the attention of the committee, and they recommended that we increase that to $250 per quarter. And that was, and you're talking about contractors that you're not talking about our residents or anything like that, but this is just a way for us to get our payback on these very expensive hydrant meters. The hydrant meters are so expensive because you have to have backflow prevention devices built into them. You can't have any potential of anything backflowing back into the public water system from that hydrant. And that's why these hydrant meters are so expensive. So, as a matter of fact, I think Bob was just asking for $250 per year on rental, and the committee itself said no, but they recommended it, we take it up to $250 per year. And then the rate that of actually water going through the hydrant meters, it was at $10, and right now our current rate in the district is $11.75 per thousand. So it only makes sense that we would charge higher than what the going rate is for our Trumbull County residents through the hydrant meters. So honest increase up to $15 per thousand. Rex, you have anything to add to that one?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Dennis Cooks to Braceman Township. I do rent one of them hydrant meters for farming. You're going from $50 to $1,000 a year for me. Which I usually have it for like 9 months. If I get it in the spring, I fill my pool, then we use it for the farming, we wash vegetables in the fall, have tanks to fill, and I take them up to the farm. And for going from $50 to $1,000, I don't think that's right. We usually get it April, May, usually fill a tank up, then fill my sprayer and nothing, and we use it in the fall for the vegetables, clean pumpkins and that, fill a tank and haul it up there. Give me a choice, I'm gonna pay $1,000 or maybe go to Newton Falls and take the tank over there, take me a few out, which the hydrant saved me a lot.
All right.
So I think that makes a little bit.
My first thought on that is, we're buying a $4,000 piece of equipment and we're gonna loan it out for $50. I'll take that deal all day long. Go buy a brand new car and charge me $100 to drive it for the year. I'm
I've been
in.
doing it for 8 years.
I understand that, but we've been losing money for 8 years.
All that.
Well, if you're paying 50,
You're getting the water out of the meter.
I know, but it's gonna take
Well, probably charge
60 years to get our money back. If you're paying 50, it's gonna take 60 years just to get our money back on that one machine. That doesn't make sense.
Well, let me throw this out. Maybe for someone like a farmer or something, do we have a different rate structure than we do for a construction person? You know, so the burden isn't hitting the farmer as heavy as.
Bill Danso, prosecutor's office, it's kind of out of my league, but is there also any way that if these meters are $3,500, say, for people who are regular year after year users who have kept them almost all year, is there sort of a, for lack of a better term, sort of a lease purchase kind of option for people who, you know, if you're running a temporary construction job, you can rent it for $250. If you're doing a longer term, you know, year after year thing, could you have two different options for that kind of thing?
I think if I went for $3,500.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
The reason the board looked at an increase on the higher meter, of course, it is $3,500. And if we would have just charged $250 for the year, these particular meters have a useful life of 10 years. Even at that, you're only recovering $2,500, $3,500. So that's why the board, well, we can go forward so that we at least recover the cost of the meter at the end of 10 years.
Yeah, this way, if someone, and I love farmers, don't get that wrong, but if we're leasing up for $50 and they keep it for 9 months out of the year, which is most of the year, we're only getting 500 out of that in 10 years, then it's gone. We ate the other 3,000. That's not good business. No, nothing personal, but you gotta see, we're saving you money by you using that. And there are other options where you can drive somewhere and get a water truck filled up or do whatever and pay it that way, but for us, and how many of those meters do we have?
Commissioner, I want to say 10 to 15.
Are they getting used pretty much all year long?
Yes, quite a few. Yeah.
Gary, David, Christopher County Engineer. Do you inspect those meters, make sure the backflow preventers are still?
Yeah,
working?
that's something else that we have to, once they do come back, we have to go through
What if they don't come
the
back?
inspection of them, that's one thing.
What if they don't come back? What if they're using them continuous?
Well, they have to bring back at least one,
Okay.
take a meter read and bill them. So, yeah, and at that time, that's when we do the backflow inspection on it also, make sure everything's still working properly.
Well, do we want to look at a different rate for non-commercial users then? I mean, to try to help farmers out? I mean, we're talking 10 meters and I don't know how many farmers use them.
Well, we said we only have 10 of them, so it can't be very much more than 10.
I heard
They use them
one
for 9
person.
months.
What if they use it for a week, Gary? $250.
Yes,
Could you have a weekly charge? And then if they use it for the whole quarter, if they use it for a week. So it goes out that maybe only use it for a week.
Just that may be cheaper if you use it 4 weeks, 4 times a year, and then you can bring it back, it's 400 compared to 1,000.
all right, Commissioner, maybe we can go, let's go, maybe look at that, come up with maybe a daily rate or weekly rate, quarterly rate. I think that's all we can do.
You wanna do it? Let it to me. For me to send it to you.
Well, something we can discuss.
Double the daily rate, okay, west side of Trumbull County, and then I gotta take it back to Vienna, you know.
Well, but then there's the option too. Maybe we own 10. Maybe we get the Farm Bureau or something to buy 5 and we get some donations from the community and we get them on loan for somewhere else, but they're certified by your office. Then they don't should pay anything. You know, there's maybe someone will grant use for farmers or whatever. We can work with sportsmen's clubs, farmers, ag groups where they can have the same meters and charge the farmers different, meet the cost of it through their nonprofit status or whatever.
Maybe you could charge farmers the existing residential rate, right? 15.
Okay.
Or maybe we get some grant money and we buy 4 of them for Gary, they're for farmer use only, and they can sign them out for free.
She comes in at 1 o'clock and see if there's a grant available.
It's just not the initial cost, it's the upkeep of them also.
Well, I like Commissioner Malloy's idea, maybe we can buy some. Maybe we can get a grant and then we can pass them out.
Because there's a difference between a commercial guy who's cleaning on the cement trucks or whatever it is, using major water pressure and a lot of water, and a farmer that's trying to water pumpkins. There's a major difference there in my eyes. But at the same time, someone's paying for this and people are paying for this, or our water customers. That's all part of the bill of where our water rates come from, and they shouldn't be taxed because a guy's saving money using our equipment.
Consultants.
Another little shot.
Another one right there.
All right, commissioners, are we tabling this?
Yeah.
All right. Gary, you want to work with committee on that, then
Yes.
come up with some alternative on it and report it back to us. I hate delaying because we're
Right.
losing money as we delay it,
Yes,
and we're looking at September. But it's only a couple months. If you come up with a better idea.
Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer, commissioners, are we able to just put a red line through that line in the middle, that
Yeah.
hydrant meter? And pass those other two portions of that table, full meter stays the same, but at least increase the rate from 10 to 15.
I don't
Because
know.
that's cheaper than our regular 11.7.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
11.75 for the hydrant meter.
And then do another resolution with a new scale at a later time.
Yeah, and we'll look into maybe,
Please,
weekly and,
Omit
weekly
that.
rate on that
The hydrant
Keep the
meter
other
rate,
two.
hydrant meter.
hold on.
Yeah.
Up in the verbiage, take out the word. For utilization.
Hydrant, where it says full/hydrant meters.
Yeah, just say own full. Yeah, take out the hydrant part of that, just say full meters. Set the water consumption usage for hydrant meters, okay.
And we could start talks with Farm Bureau, Farm Service Agency, Ohio State Extension, somewhere, maybe come up with buying their own meters for farmers' usage. They can be certified by Gary, use it, no cost or whatever, pay the bill, and it saves the farmer from having to pay for the cost.
We could get that done, definitely. Are you gonna take that on?
I could take that on too, and I know some people in my head right away that would buy one.
Okay. Gary? Move forward.
All right, commissioners, item 24, Gary Newbrow, sanitary engineer. There is another aspect of our public water service, and this is called, private fire line, water. And what this is you have it's usually a large, commercial or industrial building that has overhead sprinklers in it. And that water is separate than the water that goes through their meters for consumption. The water in these fire lines, they're coming straight off the water mains, and they need a large diameter pipe, a lot of pressure. And that water basically sits stagnant inside these fire suppression systems inside these buildings. So that's why this water doesn't go through a meter. But it has their system prepared in the event of a fire, and if there is a fire and the sprinklers go off, that water is unmetered. And the county just loses the volume on that. Cheryl?
Sheriff Taylor, Commissioner's Office. I do have a quick question because we pay the city of Warren, but we have fire lines for each building.
Yes.
They do show a meter on it. So this is why I'm asking, because this is knowledgeable.
A meter reader on a fire line?
Yes, they do. And also they charge us a flat rate. It's not, and it's going up every single year. They charge us $94.73 per building. So we pay every month $94.73. And it could go up. If there's any read on it, they will charge me. Cause I asked them how might use that? How is this happening? Well, if there's a read on it, we have to charge you.
But you're not showing any consumption through your fire lines. That only happens when you have a fire.
Well, we have in the past, like, there's been like one, you know how City of Warren does the one.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah.
Daryl Dunnigan facilities, fire lines are tested quarterly, so therefore there's flow.
Okay, they're gonna be a little bit when they do the testing.
Yes. Okay,
All right.
that explains that. Thank you.
And it is 94.70.
Well, commissioners, the 6-inch meter we would need on these fire lines and that would just be Yeah, it wouldn't be cost effective whatsoever for us to do anything like that. So anyway, that's why the people that do have the fire lines, they have a 2-inch fire line. We currently charge them an extra $27.50 per month on their water bill. And then you can see how it is, the size of the fire lines go up, you can see how there's a flat charge on their bill for that. And this is to cover the cost in the event there is a fire. So,
Your rates are very cheap.
yeah.
That's what I'm
this is
saying,
much
94,
lower.
we
She's
pay
paying- We're paying
per building.
97 per building around here.
Yes, that's very
So-
cheap.
So Bob thought that since this has been such a long time since we have increased this, that a modest increase on the fire line cost here would help us with our fine.
I agree. Many people have these fire lines.
I don't have that on the spreadsheet.
I thought,
Do you have any memory?
I thought you said it was like 102 or something. Our services.
Yeah, that's, yeah. That'll be a reminder. I think the department's in there. This is.
That's what we.
One thing, Rex V, Chief Township Trustee, when this was presented,
117, we have 117.
as it was being discussed, I did some quick math. And with the increase, proposed increase, with the existing rate of 175. The up to 2-inch, that business would be paying for 2,300 gallons of water that they don't use. 2 to 4-inch fire line, that business would be paying for 4,250 gallons of water per month if they don't use. 4 to 6-inch, 6,380 gallons of water per month that they don't use. 8-inch, it's 8,500 gallons of water per month you don't use. And I can argue both sides of this. I get the feeling that sometimes we raise the rate just because we can. That's a lot of water charged that we don't use throughout the year. Now, heaven forbid that if there's a fire, the investment's there, but let's fires are few and far between. So for the most, this is all free money.
While that water is sitting there, it doesn't cost the county anything. Correct?
Not being, it's not
Right,
being.
it's not being used.
Right, but in the event of a fire, we don't lose money due to the fire.
Well, but then in the event of a fire, then they can be charged for the water that they're being used.
No, it's sort of like insurance. You're paying for it, you may need it, you may not need it. If you do need it, it's already paid.
One of the
Kind
reasons.
of like the fire truck sitting in the garage, you hope you never use it. You spent $1 million on it.
Yeah,
And you hope you never go to leave the garage.
and plus with the fire lines, you just mentioned about insurance. These businesses, for their fire insurance. Yeah, so they are getting quite a benefit out of having these fire lines as part of their structure.
Dennis Custer from Graceville was involved with the entire fire system. And you do have a lot of, in the winter, sprinklers will freeze and you have water everywhere, so it's just, you're not just keeping
Okay.
for the fire, but especially like last winter, I guarantee you, quite a few businesses
Okay.
broke sprinklers, and so there is water being used that you really don't.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that does happen.
And so there can be malfunctions in fire suppression systems also that results in, significant amount of water going.
Tests that they do, maybe.
Yeah.
Again, the committee voted.
Well,
Yeah.
Commissioners, do you want to agree with that, or do we want to reduce that, or do we want to table that?
again, it's common practice. You know, and I get it. But I'm just pointing out. And there's fire. Just bringing the, is it right to continue to raise? I can understand to a point, but just because it's a business and have a mindset they can afford it. I don't mind.
You know how other communities do this?
Yeah, so the city of Warren, we're paying $94 a month for this
$94
building right here.
per building.
Yeah.
Jail, here, Stone.
You don't want to be going to see it.
And for the small business owner, we're not increasing it at all, with 2 inch wire, smaller 27. When you're talking to people like, Major, Lowe's, Home Depot, yes, there's.
Yeah, but here's my problem.
$20 a month is our largest increase on any of it. And here we are trying to take austerity measures for the water funds, and this is one that is applicable, since we're so much lower than everybody else. That there is an opportunity here to increase revenue.
And Gary, I get that, but it doesn't cost us anything for that water sitting there. So where's the need to increase it? I mean, our expenses haven't gone up, they're not using it. So if they're paying 80, why take it to 100 just because we can? I guess that's my question.
Commissioner, it's costing us 90.
That's City of Warren, that's something else. But we're talking about raising it to our customers. When I don't see the need to.
It's a modest way
I mean, but where's the need at though? I mean, it's not
to
costing.
keep the rates down for everybody else. That's the need.
In the
So we
event,
get
in the event
additional
of a
revenue
fire,
here, that's less rate we have to charge our average customers.
in the event of a fire, you're gonna lose a lot of money. Well, that's like a savings account. And then when the
Yeah,
fire
really
hits, then
good
it's going down, and then it goes up a little bit.
Is there a fund, is there a fund just for this? This money, where does it go into?
When it comes in, there is a line item for fire.
So how much is in that fund right now?
Commissioner, I don't have that with me. It does get transferred around. It does goes up on the revenue line. But I don't know that it sets in its own separate fund.
Probably should be.
You know, when you think about it, it is like insurance. You pay for it, you hope you never have to use it, but if you do, it's there.
No, it's always there, Commissioner. It's just, we're increasing, but where's the justification of increase?
I mean, like in a premium,
You're providing
so to speak,
insurance.
a premium,
Yeah,
pay insurance premium, provide.
yeah, Commissioner, across all 7 districts in 2024, our income from these fire protection was just shy of $78,000. So this may increase our income from that up to about 90,000 per year.
But it's not really a,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
It's modest as long as you don't have to pay.
I mean, we're talking about Lowe's, a Depot. Yeah,
Foxconn, big companies, big
Big,
corporations.
That's gonna have a huge effect on it though.
but it'll keep our customers' rates a little more stable by being able to well, this is what,
yes.
I mean, not by, I mean, we're not garnering a lot of money there, but.
I was surprised here, the city raises theirs every year, they put it on the news.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
Our
ours.
having to raise.
No, I don't disagree, I'm paying it for a lot of buildings, it's like, I understand, it's like, oh my gosh, every year it's going up a little bit more.
Well, we have a decision to make tomorrow. All right?
I mean, I view it kind of as insurance policy too. And I mean, hope to God my house never burns on fire. I'm gonna pay a whole lot of money every year for insurance that it doesn't.
Good.
And if there were a big fire, I could see. We're talking tens of thousands of gallons of water. If there were a big fire.
Yeah, but we're still getting paid for it. It's not like Like,
No, and they're
it's not
definitely,
like we're losing money. He's just asking us to raise it, but I don't know what the justification there. Oh,
Commissioner 925. I've seen when Bob sent this over that he didn't show you what we are proposing here as far as the current was compared with the other ones. This is our current. This is the proposed. Here. And it takes a little while to get used to how to read these charts here. If you look at the current picture right here. This is the current permit fees. These are for new customers, not our existing customers. There's no increase in them on anything. Look here. This is a standard house connection. It's 3/4 by 5/8 inch meter. And this is if they do not need us to do a hot tap on the main line. They go out, they construct from the curb box. There's already a curb box in place. They construct from the curb box inside the house. Our guys come in and we put in a meter. It costs $429. And you can see that the prices how they're delineated for that. The meter itself is $272 of that. Then we got a couple pieces of hardware, $15, $42. And what we have found out that this $429 does not cover our costs on that. We're losing money. Our meters now, instead of costing $270, if you look at the next sheet on the proposed, our meters are costing us $300 now, not $272. Our couplings are, much higher. This coupling is at $48 now instead of $15. Tracer wire stays the same. So we are asking that the permit fee for standard house connection be increased $429 to $75. Now, if you go one to the right, that's when we have to hot tap the line. That's right here. 3/4 inch tap is needed. This means there's no curb box at that house. We have to go in, we have to extend the line from the water main up to the curb box. Setting that curb box is quite a expensive ordeal.
Then they're given that option when they get a water line, they can have the curb box. If they decline it at that time,
Yes,
you don't have to come in later and do that.
Right.
That's the landowner's preference.
yes. And you can see here that we have been losing quite a bit of money on our, we have to tap that line. And you see here the meter, it still went up from the 272 to the 300. Tap in 837 to 988. That means the cost of actually going up, drilling into the main line itself, doing a hot tap on it. Turn on stays the same. Then you can see that installation costs have gone up dramatically here. So right now we're charging $3,700 for a hot tap, when it's actually costing us closer to $4,950. Now, if you go to the next, one below on that, if there is a meter pit needed on a house. This is for houses where it's over 200 feet off the road. And we want that meter out by the road because we don't want to leak in that line before it gets to their meter. Or 200 feet off the road, it's in our regulations that we require a meter pit up in front of the property. So that's the reason for meter pits. And also if it's a, let's say a mobile home, it doesn't have, there's a chance that the water service connection can freeze underneath that, mobile home, underneath that skirting. In those cases, we want that meter pit out front. What we don't want is a broken water line on their side with water going through it, it's not going to our meter. Because it can leak there for, and we can lose an incredible amount of revenue off that water that's sticking in. That's the reason we have meter pits. There's situations where we need meter pits. On those, we are looking at, increasing, if they don't need the existing tap, 3366, 4755. And on, if they do need the hot tap, 4092. That'll cover, this covers 95% of our connections. Permit fees in the upper left quadrant of this permit fee. So that's proposed. Basically, you're under the same pretenses as you work your way through the different size meters as they increase in size. So this was presented to the committee, and we just want to break even on our water permits instead of having that, instead of losing money every time we bring in a new customer that eventually has to get paid. Be made up by the rates. We did put in a caveat here. How did Bob write that up? I don't know. All right, now, when we've already went to a public hearing and people that their permit fees are going to be this, the old rate, because we won't grandfather them in. Like the people out on State Road right now where we're building a new one, they will be grandfathered in at the old permit fees. And we'll give them up to 12 months after substantial completion of that project in order to get in at the lower permit fee. And we'll send a letter out to them, notifying them of that. When it comes to substantial completion time, you have this long, this will be your permit fee. If you connect after that, your permit fee is going to increase to the current rate. And that'll, and we'll also do that for Alvarado. That's our other recent project.
Yeah, and that's the advisory panel agreed with this. After all, you have to recover your labor and material costs. And that's essentially all. there is to it.
Yes. You move along, commissioners?
Sure.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. That's
You
what,
gotta cover our costs.
All right, okay. Item 26, finally some good news. We are finalizing that contract with Cirillo for the Yankee Lake project. Once we tallied up final quantities, we have a credit of 57,647.13. So, it's the amount of the decrease in his contract.
This could be a number.
Going to item 27.
Where would that money go then?
Oh, that's just that much less that we pay the contractor, and that means the capital charge for that project gets decreased accordingly. So it's saving the residents in that project on the capital.
that wasn't ARPA or anything like that, where ARPA money goes back in.
No. We didn't have any ARPA in this project. We were able to get this thing built without it. All right, on item 27, the results of our Pendleton Gilmer sewer project is that we did not get any formal objections to the project. We had a public hearing. We had the number of property owners out there, 263. And there were some during the question period that act like they were in opposition to the project, that sort of thing. But during the opposition portion, they did not formally object to it. And neither did we receive any written objections to the project. So this is considered 100% support for the project. And we did open bids on this last Thursday. We had Chrissy in here. And the engineer's estimate on that project was 11.6 million. And we got a bid out there for 8.7 million. So we were 2.9 million below the engineer's estimate on that bid. And that is a huge benefit to this county. I was elated when I heard that number. Now, that isn't formal yet. The bid's still being tabulated, added up, that sort of thing, but that'll be on next week's agenda. First tonight, we're currently putting together the formal bid tabulation. But to come in $2.9 million less than what we expected, that decreases that debt by that much. And to me, that is just fantastic. I couldn't ask for anything better.
So once that happens, that's gonna decrease.
The overall debt. We just trimmed off 3 million off that overall project.
And
debt
that's gonna help the
for all
rest of
those
us.
phases. Yes, that'll come back if we can lower that cap. I mean, that is just,
Almost a third, that's.
Yes.
Let's hope it holds true.
yes.
Great job.
Okay, yeah, a lot of work, Gary. A lot of work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna move on. This is Diane, Senior Services, 28.
Been waiting very patiently over a bunch of server stuff.
I think we all took potty breaks too. Diane DeCoe, Senior Levy Administrator. I have items 28 to review. There's 5 items. And then I see the one right after that is to appoint 4 members to the advisory council, so they're all senior levy related. Number 28 is relative to the other following resolution or items, so if I could read all of them and then we can come back to discussion on them, that would be great. Perhaps I'm looking at you like the future.
We don't better.
We wish we could go back in time.
Included in this room is basically the full council right now. We have 7 members, 2 are not here. These 5 are the ones as part of this decision-making process. They spent their time on, so hear this out, want to ask for the questions of the advisory council, they're here present. So number 28 is to reject all bids submitted for the RFP process. We have sealed bid proposals. That's our process, the sealed bid proposal. I'm sorry, Phil's not here right now. If questions come up about that, he should be the one that you go to for those answers. The original action to advertise was April 3rd. The board reviewed. And then in the process between the submission of the bids and to make a decision, we learned that there was some recent state funded homemaker programs that were being reduced, causing discontinuance and reduction of services being provided to our most vulnerable Trumbull County senior homebound residents. So this is why the advisory council wants to reconsider the budgetary needs and reallocate amongst the other programs that we have. Number 29 is to extend the current senior center contract, because right now, if we reject the bids, we could do a new re-advertisement of this. Our current contracts run out in August, so we want to extend the current senior center contracts through October 31st, 2025. The next item, number 30, is to advertise for the sealed proposals for senior centers for a period beginning November 1st, 2025 and ending October 31st, 2027. With a reduction of funds being available for senior centers at $500,000 annually instead of $625,000. The other amount now is what we're talking about reallocating for the next 2 items, items 31 and 32, to take that additional funding, move it to the homemaker and personal care services. We want to do an advertisement for sealed proposal for homemaker personal care. In this area of homemaker and personal care, we've had wait lists for years, not just currently. It's been years and years and years of people not being able to get the simple things, staying in their home, getting a bath, getting their laundry done. Their sheeting, bed sheeting changed. We currently allow, we try to minimize the hours of service so that we can serve more people. Costs keep going up by the vendors, by the way. Three vendors that we use are also present here for any questions you might have about those waiting lists. I just had a call this morning and I have to tell people when they call, they're looking for service, there's a waiting list. We have to put you on a waiting list. So we're just looking to reallocate funds with all of these agenda items that I've proposed. And I think 31 is to propose adding money for homemaker care at $202,000 per year. And for the floor services, which that's another program we have of grass cutting and snow removal, the sheriff's department is no longer helping us with that program, so we need more money for grass cutting. We get complaints as soon as the grass grows, as soon as the snow needs plowed, and we also have the vendor here that it's that contract right here. So those are the 5 items that we have on the agenda. Reallocate funds, we do a bid process. I hate redos, but the council members here decided that they felt that it was a higher priority to start serving those homebound wait lists that we have. We love our senior centers. We understand the need for senior centers. I reached out to the other counties. I learned this. Mahoney County's senior centers are supported by Direction Home does the contracts for those. They only spent $73,000 per year in the last 10 years for one senior center. There's another senior center in Mahoney County that Austin Town supports with their own levy for one senior center. We have 11. Ashtabula County has 6 senior centers. They are the largest geographic county in the state of Ohio. We only have 6.
Why do we have so many?
It did grow over the years. More bid. There was council members that wanted to see a senior center in every single. These are your active seniors that can travel throughout the county to get to the senior center. So that's what this board thought was a better decision on use of funding, is to reallocate it, not grow in senior centers because these people can't travel. And to move it, to the areas where people can get out of the homes.
So this agenda item 28 would be to not put more money into the senior centers, but to put it into the home health care for the people. who can't go.
For bids we had for a cycle that was going to pay $625,000 per year for senior centers.
Yeah.
Item 29 is to extend the current contracts just so we can get through another bid process. 30 is to re-advertise for funding at $500,000.
That's the money from 28 that we wouldn't be using.
Right, it's going from $625,000 to $500,000. You have 11 centers, taking $125,000, you divide it by center, it's $10,000 a year, roughly. Divide that by the month. You guys have been familiar with budget cuts in your own budgets, $1,000 a month. And we're gonna tighten up this, so tighten up or not. Maybe the council will decide not to fund all 11 centers that did this last time, that are currently in operation. We actually had 14 centers in fire in this last.
I can tell you the biggest complaint that I get or emails or phone calls is the grass isn't mowed, nobody shoveled my snow, nobody showed up to give mom a bath. Those are the calls I get more than anything. I don't know if I've ever got a call that there isn't a community center that I can go to. It's people wanting help in their home. And those are the most needy, I would imagine.
Is that because of money, or is that because we don't have people available to do it?
Part of it's the money.
Do we have money
I mean,
available?
do we have enough people to absorb more home health care if we?
We're hoping to get more vendors. That's always been the thought process, and I've had 2 reach out that want to be part of the process. We moved to our cycle. We added care builders last time, so we have 3 vendors. She's developing a waiting list. Now we use her contract. Actually, I provided to you a budget. The average cost, for an individual, I'm using current base use. The average cost per one person in 1 month is $750. Multiply that by 12. If you're looking at $9,000 a year for one person, our wait list is 200. Just to meet 50 people, you're talking $50,000. I mean, $500,000 annual, just for 50,
We have 400 on the waiting list,
200.
200.
Roughly about. I mean, we knocked that down. They did send us a wait list that had a 350. We looked to make sure it was current. What we didn't do was reach out to each individual person to see if they still need it. Maybe they've been transitioned to a nursing home. We're trying to keep people from going into the nursing home because once you get in that nursing home, your access is completed.
Well, basically, I've heard from both sides, from the centers, and, my question is, you have a carryover, potential carryover for $2.5 million? That's not true?
I prepared a budget for you and sent it with the agenda item. Our current carryover did increase because of COVID. Before the replacement levy was passed, we took a chance that the replacement levy was going to pass. And we actually increased our homemaker care, personal care, all the different areas except for guardianship. Oh, I have that paper too. Yes, I do. So each area of service was increased, except for guardianship and shore and the senior centers. So we were using already our proposed carryover money with a plan that when the replacement levy funds start coming in 2026, we'll be able to sustainably continue that. Okay. So at the end of 2025, with the proposed budget, we're looking at a $1,383,000 carryover. With that, in the first quarter, you need to have funds available to pay your bills. Our bills for a quarter are roughly $900,000. So we need to keep $900,000 of that 1.3. So now that we have this extra 500,000 in our carryover, we can't increase the services now and use that carryover. And then in 3 years, it's gone. And you tell people, oh, we're out of funding. That's what the state did here recently. And we have to cut services. We like to keep it sustainable within each year. So the thought process is with that 500,000 extra carryover is to do one-time programs. Maybe a Ring doorbell program in high crime areas, because that's what Mahoney County is doing, or home modification. We've never had a home modification program in senior levy where we do grab bars, wheelchair ramps, help people get wheelchairs, possibly that kind of thing. So we're thinking of one-time services to use that to drop that carryover down.
Or we could put more into home health care if we have enough providers.
Well, you don't like to put it in the service areas where you're gonna cut later. Do you know what I mean? You can't take all that money, throw it in there, and then when the carryover's gone, you say, okay, it's not sustainable. So I did prepare for you our 2026 annual budget for the sustainability. And we're using that replacement levy with plan as laid out on the agenda items for adding money to the home, for adding money to the work, and unfortunately reducing the senior centers just by looking at other communities, what other counties are doing.
If a senior lives on one community, they can go to another community senior center, right? They're not resident specific,
You can't charge a membership fee.
so they can still get to another.
Jill Danzo's not here.
You said if you have any questions, somebody could text me or run up.
Do we have someone from your advisory board that wants to speak, someone that recommended this?
All five. Was it unanimous?
I'm Sandy Scott, I'm chairman. Promised you last year, we walked behind us, so support the renewal of levy that we really due diligence. There are people asking for services, trying to stay in their home. They are our most vulnerable citizens of this county. We owe it to them to give them basic dignity and being able to stay in their home, taken care of. We feel that trumps anything that's saying. Senior centers do a great job, are loved and involved in miles of each other. And certainly you're all doing well and good attendance. Well, these are our most vulnerable citizens. We need to take care of those folks. Questions? Oh, we
That
spend
120
hours on this.
So that 125,000 you want to take from the scope centers.
Not all the senior centers, these
Senior
11,
Okay, all right.
and allocate to the home care for that.
And how many
Yeah, sure.
people you think that'll help home care?
Got 200 on the list. We're gonna
I
try to do
understand.
as best as what we can. With, we've got several new vendors coming on board. We're hoping to be able to provide care for as many as we possibly can.
I mean, I get that. I just don't want to hurt one area to help another area.
Yeah, but they've already got 11, and they got 11 huge ones,
Well-
and not all of them are our own, some are their own organization, right?
Yeah, but they're
They have
being
their own
used.
funding.
I mean, they're being used.
Were they at full capacity? Can they be used more?
Could we reduce the number of centers and people travel to other
Correct.
centers? Yes, yes, we can do that.
I mean, is every seat taken at bingo for everything? Are they maxed out? I don't think so.
No, it's not maxed out.
So we're still providing the service, they just may have to travel further, that's all.
Correct.
I have a question concerning it. You brought it up, Commissioner, concerning the amount of money carried over and what's available. So there's a disparity there. I've heard different. I don't know, you are the director, so I would have to think you have the numbers correct, but we have heard some other numbers. Mr. Wilson, and I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna need you to, if you could comment on this a little bit for us.
Sure.
Could you come up here and give us your name? And
Sure.
and the reason I say that is because I've had a lot of calls from senior centers, and I know Commissioner Bernard has too. I don't know about you, Commissioner, but I got a lot of concern, especially Gerard Mull, generational. We've had other, we have Hubbard facility, these senior service centers that rely on, rely on your service. The impact that would cause to be these cuts and what you came up with numbers as far as budget.
Based on Mike Wilson with Scope, I'm also treasurer of the citizens.
Excuse me, could you please come closer? Thank you. Thanks.
That way you can hear, I'm Mike Wilson from Scope, but I'm also the treasurer of Trumbull, the Citizens for Trumbull County Senior. When the levy was put on, the replacement levy was put on, the voters got out there to vote because they want money being spent on services. Okay, when we get the copy of the budget at times from the committee, we looked at the net carryover into 2025 was $2.5 million. Okay, sitting out there. The centers are being used. There's requests for people in other communities. 3 other communities have requested service being done, whatever. We don't have an issue with wanting to spend money on services for the needy seniors and all that. We are saying, why would you take any cut when you have $2.5 million being unspent, okay, at the beginning of the year, even with what Diane has laid out here on future spending and all that, leaving 1.7 million according to her numbers here. And then a potential collection starting in 2026 of $3.6 million coming in to cut 20% off the total funding of 625. One of the questions I asked of the committee that they didn't answer, and the committee members said they didn't know what was the total bid number for the senior center. It was 500,000 for the 14 that bid it, but then we could understand the cut to 500,000. Well, was it 700,000? Was it $1 million more? What was the total bids for the 14 center? I don't want it broken down by center. Don't want to bother the RFP and go against the RFP. It's just give us an answer of what it was. If it was 750,000, then you need to raise it.
We're not allowed to. We're in a sealed bid process until award with no funding, dollar amounts are allowed to be.
Okay,
released.
That's fine.
We understand that, but the commissioners have a right to.
Even conversations with commissioners isn't allowed in a sealed bid process until it's on the agenda, a second, and then the discussion. That's when it.
If the 1.38 million is what she's saying that would be left over spending. What are you holding on to it for? You have no reason to hold on to it. Her transfer amount was 400,000 of what she had from last year to this year, according to the budget that she provided. But the point we're making is spend it on what their needs are. But don't cut you don't need to cut senior centers. We operate never as an income anyway and a profit anyway, the senior centers. If it wasn't for our parent organization, Access Family Service, and Mark Brazzone, our executive director who's here today, we wouldn't be able to keep the centers operating. So we're totally confused when there's that much money sitting there that the voters voted for. If we went back to the voters right now and said, did you know there was $2.5 million sitting in that account? Would you have voted for the replacement levy? Me as chairman of the replacement levy committee, I wouldn't have voted for it. It needs to be spent. It needs to be spent. There's no reason to hold it back. There's no absolute reason, because one of the things we did 5 years ago, when I was chairing the committee 5 years ago, is we moved up the voting 1 year. So we actually would have 1.5 years to 2 years before the money is needed. So for 2026 money, we voted last November of 2024. We could have voted in the presidential primary in March of 2024. If it would have been, and it became a replacement levy, as Commissioner Malloy would know, because there was talk about whether it should be just a regular levy or a replacement. Okay, because of the needs that Diane and the committee are saying that are out there, they're correct in that. It's just what's going on with the money when the people voted for it. If they would have not voted for it in November, we would have this upcoming May primary to vote for it. We would have, and if that didn't pass, we'd have this upcoming November to vote for it in time for 2026, so there's no loss of funds. There's no reason why to hold back any money for 2031, which is what's been passed, was the question we're saying. So why would you cut the #1 program that serves the most senior citizens of all the programs in the county, that does 76 different programs, including social service and support service programs, not just fun and games has been mentioned before, even though that's important to help slow down dementia, of giving them a place to go. A lot of people want to go closer to their home, is what they say. They want to go closer to home. We understand the point if you want to regionalize. We started regionalizing a couple years ago when the committee wanted us to regionalize. That's the reason why we formed a Hubbard Center. That's the reason why we formed the Newton Falls Center, to regionalize those 3 communities in those areas to go serve. We understand that. So the biggest question is, it needs to be spend it. The people that voted for it want you to spend it on seniors services, and the language of the ballot. The language, and I have a copy of it, the language of the ballot talked about services and facilities, senior center facilities. And so when the difference between, I don't care what the other counties are doing, because I'm located in other counties, with what we do with our company, is the people voted for servicing, giving the people that are in much need. We don't blame the committee. We don't blame the administration. We don't blame these people. We're just saying we don't understand.
Can I explain? Thank you. $2.5 million was our carryover. We doubled all the other services before the levy money is coming in to spend down that carryover. Our transportation is not sustainable at the amount that we are promising as a local match. It never was sustainable. We've been building or decreasing that carryover over the years. We have 425,000 as sustainable, but we've been promising a 750,000 to spend down that carryover, hoping that we would get grant money to pay for that. Now we are going to be within our sustainable budget at the $3.6 million. Costs go up every year. I have laid out the exact budget as planned for that 2.5 that was back in 2024. In 2025, we've been spending more money than we're getting in because of what we contracted out and our transportation, as I said. So all being done by the end of 2025, if everybody spends their full contracts, we're looking at $1.3 million, as I said before. Need 900,000 to carry us through the beginning of the year. You always have to have a carryover. In fact, the state budget just recently passed
schools are allowed to have a 40% carryover or out of their budget. Right now, we won't be at that 40% if we have the $1.3 million. The rest, we plan on doing the one-time programs, as I explained before. We're trying to meet the needs of all the county. We're trying to meet the needs of those who don't have the ability to get to a senior center. Believe me, I would want all of you to go out and run a marathon if I could. You guys all need to exercise and be social. That's my approach. But I can't do that to those who cannot. I cannot expect to ask people to run a marathon. So we got to be balanced and meet the need everywhere. We were only spending $400,000 in home care. We were spending $600,000 for senior centers. We're trying to just balance the funding based on the demand that we get and the questions that we get. Those senior centers, we can reduce the numbers that are throughout the county. Those people will travel and still get their service. They're not getting cut. They can travel to that.
How many, we have 11 seniors.
We have 11.
How many do you oversee, Mike?
We oversee 6.
So you're getting paid out of senior levy money. Your salary is getting paid by senior levy money to run those 6 centers. So I can see where you have an invested interest. It would be no different than Mr. Merkin saying, I want more rides. You need to provide more rides for people, or home health care saying the same thing. So Diane is the director. There is an advisory committee. And I think we have to carry weight with the advisory committee and the director. Its job is to oversee those funds. Although I appreciate your opinion with that. You are a customer, or I should say you are a vendor that is getting paid by that. So I can understand why you would want no money cut, because that's what pays your salary and his salary and your business in Kent or whatever to get makes the money from this stuff to provide.
But the other thing on transportation that you need to know is the senior levy for the seniors, transportation are only allowed 1 non-medical trip a week. Is that correct? 1 non-medical
Because
trip.
we
a
have
week.
to meet the
So
medical
how,
need. The more vulnerable need, we have to get people. to the
we have a
medical.
bunch of seniors that don't
Mostly.
drive. We have a ton of seniors that come to centers that are in need, that need transportation, things of that nature. That's the reason why we host the public transportation meeting at our Warren Senior Center to help offer those things. 1 a week is, I've got a 95-year-old lady that wants to come to bingo 3 times a week. It's
She probably wants
300%.
that bath at least once a week also.
So I'm just saying that transportation issue is, then you better let them come to any time they want it. They're gonna have to travel farther to go to the different centers, whatever. It's just, you've got the money, even the 1.3, even if you take her $900,000, there's $400,000 still sitting there. Add the rest to what their needs are on the other programs, but don't cut the senior center. Matter of fact, you need to increase the senior centers possibly like 20%, depending on whatever the number was. They won't tell us, or say they can't tell us on what the numbers were for that for what all the 14 senior centers that admitted wanted.
Bill,
So
are we not under a sealed bid process? Currently, we have not put the bids on the agenda. We're under that sealed bid process. We're not allowed to release dollar amounts, unit amounts, as far as what's being requested for the funding.
Yeah, the commissioners, Bill Danso, prosecutor's office, the senior advisory council, the board of commissioners for the senior services has been using for the past few years competitive sealed proposals instead of competitive bids. One of the differences with that process is that competitive bids, traditional competitive bids that you guys use for most things, become public upon bid opening because there's a defined bid opening date for those projects. Competitive sealed proposals become public. I believe the Attorney General said that it's on award of the project, not on the opening. And the reason being is in the competitive sealed proposal process, there is a function of negotiation and looking for the best proposal in that system while the bids are still confidential, so that you're not releasing information that could be used by another vendor in that period of time. So there is a little bit of a legal difference here when you're talking about these sealed proposals. That is true.
Question, if the bids get rejected, are they still Trumbull County property? Or are they rejected and they could be returned back to the senior centers that provided bids? Because I know some have asked that they can have their paperwork back, so they don't have to recreate the whole
Yeah, that we'd have to talk about, figure out what the retention is, whether we need to keep a copy of those. Because we did, in theory, you're making a choice to reject them based on the documents, and that may mean it's something that we need to keep as a public record. But we could perhaps keep a copy and send the originals back. We'd have to talk about that. I'm not sure.
I don't want to be misunderstood. We don't want to know what the bids were. All we want to know what was the overall, the commissioners should know what was the overall bids for it. Were they over the 625? What were they? So they know what we need to add. You know, if they want the 14 centers and what those bids were without rejecting them all. No need to reject them. So. And got 1.3 million.
I'm Laura Carey. I'm with the Gerard Multi-Generational Office. No, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you're speaking. Yep. Please sit under.
Hi, Bob Wolfter. I'm on the Senior Advisory Council. I think in the interest of full disclosure, we should know something about Scope. Scope was founded by my brother's mother-in-law about half a century or so ago. It was located in a small storefront around the corner on Market Street. From there, it blossomed into something extremely worthwhile, very valuable for our committee. And I want to compliment Mike on doing a wonderful job in being the leader in that growth. However, you should know that Scope is not locally owned and operated, well, perhaps operated, but not locally owned. It is owned by a corporation, a large corporation, which owns clinics and other healthcare facilities in a large area. Why is it? You have to ask yourself, why is it that a large corporation would be interested in buying Scope? Because they make money from Scope. So some of every dollar that every landowner and taxpayer pays in this county goes to that corporation. Wouldn't it be better off if those dollars were to stay here and help fund the various senior centers such as Gerard and all the rest that are located specifically in this county? I have asked that question before, and I have never gotten an answer. I don't want to see the budget cut for any senior center. I don't want that to happen. I was a founder and director of the Johnson Senior Center for years. I lived there. I know how important senior centers are. And don't make fun of the ladies and the men that come in that play bingo. That's nothing to joke about. It is important for them. We have elderly people, and I'm sure every operator of every senior center in this county experiences the same thing I do, where they have senior people waiting at the door every morning for the center to be unlocked and open. It's their life. Many of these are widows and widowers, and this is their life. It is extremely important to them. I hope and pray that that never is jeopardized. You cannot allow it to be jeopardized.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob. Do appreciate the support that you provide the centers. My name is Laura Carey. I'm with the Gerard Multi-Generational Center. We are a private nonprofit organization that runs a senior center in the city of Gerard. We serve all of Trumbull County people. I have been around in this business for 24 years. Not as long as Barbara has. She's our expert on all things senior, Barbara Plain Smith with Country Neighbor. But we were around when we worked with YSU and Direction Home, which was the area agency on aging, and the other senior providers and community members when we brought the idea to bring a senior levy to the commissioners originally, we did needs assessments. We did focus groups. And in doing that, we looked at what all of the needs were, and we knew that our senior population was going to grow. So one of the things that was important and identified at that time was the importance of senior centers being part of the continuum. It's a continuum of care of services for our seniors. We're the first line of defense. We provide the programs, the services, the activities, the supportive services that keep people engaged, active, and in their own home for longer. Hopefully what we're doing, not hopefully, I know what we're doing is delaying the need for more in-home services. That's our purpose. We are also delaying the need for people to go into assisted living and to go into nursing homes. What we do is important. I'm not saying it's any more important than what people need in in-home services, but it's also not any less important. And what you're proposing is to cut current services. You say you don't want to cut any services. And with all due respect to the advisory council, it's a very hard to balance all of this. But in effect, you are cutting services if you cut funding to senior centers from $625,000 down to $500,000. It is going to affect whether we can continue in the long term providing those programs and services our seniors have asked for, have supported over and over again, and renewing the levy. Our senior centers have been a very important part of that. We do serve a lot of people. This year alone, just to date, we have provided 498 seniors in Trumbull County services. That's 498. Those are people that, some of these people are at my center every single day. This is their livelihood. This is their extended family. And cutting our funding will hurt our ability to provide those services and be there as that safe and secure place for seniors to come and gather and make themselves stronger and make themselves healthier and happier. I'm going to give you two quick stories. I have two ladies that come to my center every day. They're both going to be 91. One of them she's part of a motorcycle club that they travel every year. State conventions, they're all about safety. Now she is almost 91 years old. She has been coming to my center for 24 years from the day that it opened. She credits our center with her ability to still hop on the back of a motorcycle and take a 3 or 4 hour drive to go to those conventions, to do something that she loves doing. It adds to her quality of life. I have another 91-year-old who started coming a year ago in April. And when she started coming, she realized that she had been missing out on a lot. But the real story of this is she had been sitting at home alone in her apartment and pretty much staring at the four walls. And she had neighbors that would come take her out to dinner like once a week. At Christmas time, I was in a local store and this lady walked up to me and said, "Do you know what you do? How important it is? How much we appreciate it?" Because we were taking my neighbor out to dinner once a week. But other than that, she was sitting in her home, in her apartment, staring at those four walls. And she was getting to the point where her memory and her cognition was so bad that she could barely carry on a conversation. She couldn't pull words out of the air. She said, "My gosh, since she's been coming to your center, it's like having her back again. We can have conversations." These are the things that senior centers are helping provide for our seniors. So no, I don't want to say that transportation is not important or that we're any more important than any other part of it. But we are an important piece of providing the services to our seniors in our county. And I just really hope you appreciate that.
Say something. Commissioner Hernandez, my name is Gina McLaughlin. I'm one of care builders at one of the providers. The three of us are listed here. I just wanted to get back to your question about, are the current providers able to do the service and offer the service as we stand alone here? I believe that we change. We don't necessarily need another provider added into the arena because we are capable of handling any additional funding that is provided.
Thank you. Sir. Great. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tony Lapersina. I'm on the vice chair of the senior service. What I'm getting at here, what I'm trying to say is you're getting away from what the object we're here for. We understand that the senior centers are doing a wonderful job. There's no problem about that. We understand that. They talk about people waiting at the door to come in, or they just can't wait to get in. We understand that too, but we're here and we're asking for this to change because it's about the people that can't get to that door, the ones that can't get out of bed, the ones that can't bathe themselves. When I was in charge of the Adult Protective Services, the people that I had working for me, they would go out, and I had done it myself. They would go to places and the place would be littered. And the people would be apologizing for it. And it wasn't because they were dirty or filthy. They couldn't clean. They're using walkers to get around. I have many stories like that. I used to go in, and one woman, I used to change her litter for her cat. I mean, there were so many things, change a light bulb. These are the people that we want this money for. It's not that the senior centers are doing a wonderful job, they are. But our point is we need to get people into the homes to take care of the people that can't take care of themselves. They need to get their dignity back. And one way we can do that is by doing this with the homemakers and the chore service. And that's what this is all about. Senior centers, you do a wonderful job. There's no doubt about it. But we got to take care of those. Remember, when this levy was passed in 2005, it called for direct services. This is what direct services is all about. To go to the place to help the people where they're at. They're not going to be able to come. I'm fortunate. I can get in a car, I can drive, I can do anything. I'm 81 years old. I can do all this stuff. I can take care of myself. But I have friends that can't. And I go to their houses and I help them at times. But we need to have this extra money. We need these services for these people that can't take care of themselves. That's all I have to say.
Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mark Frazone, the Executive Director of Access Family Services, which is the parent of the Scope Center. And I come with a very interesting or different perspective. You know, there's a lot of emotions, people charge, needs obviously everywhere, right? No one's debating. You know how blessed your community is? Do you even have the ability to have this conversation? Do you even have a senior levy? Because where I come from, 30 miles away in Ravenna, Portage County doesn't have a senior levy. So all the things you're talking about don't happen in Portage County for any senior, ever. There's one senior center in Portage County. It happens to be in the lower level of my building. One. And we have to subsidize that thing. One. We do a lot of work in Summit County. There's no senior levy in Summit County. These things don't get done. You are so blessed to be able to sit here in this room and even have this conversation. Truly, you are. You get to serve on a board or committee that actually gets to make a difference in people's lives. I mean, that is something that I think, I don't want to see this community lose sight of that. Because that's important. You know, and sitting there trying to decide how much you go here, how much you go there, that's for somebody else. That's for a greater power than mine. I can tell you, just like you mentioned. These senior centers are important. Don't tell me that transportation is not equally important. Sure isn't important. Everybody recognizes the importance of all these things. That should not be the debate. Right? That should not be the debate. What we should be talking about is how do we get as much done with the money that we have? How much money did you say, Diane, was being set aside for one-time special projects?
$500,000.
So you're setting aside $500,000 for one-time things. They
Over the
work,
next, however long it lasts.
right, they work,
Might be 5 years, it might be 1 year. I don't
Right.
know how much home modification programs cost.
I understand,
$100,000.
I got you. But I know what that means for the 125 you're taking away from the senior centers, that's at least 4 years of operation, right? I mean, it would subsidize them at their current level, just at what they've been been used to for 4 years. And you're gonna jeopardize, I would think, has been the backbone of this levy since its inception. It's been the senior centers. And you're going to take that away to take flyers on one-time projects, might work, might not work. I mean, that to me doesn't seem like it's a very sound way to think about it, especially because it's coming at the cost of something that's already established. For sure. Bob, I love what you said, but you said, and I do want to address one thing. You're not right about everything, but you're right about the importance of the senior centers. Our organization operates scope not because we asked to. Okay, understand how that happened here. How many years ago was it, Mike? 12 years ago. Scope board came to my organization and said, we are going bankrupt. We are going under, we're closing all the scope centers. That's where this community was 12 years ago. It's where you were. Like it or not, it's where it was. And our organization, which yes, is based in Portage County, we're a nonprofit, just like every other nonprofit that runs these things. We just happen to be right next door, Portage. And like I said, we ran one senior center, one little center, because that's all we have in that entire county is one. And we said, you know what, this is an important thing for a community. So we said, yes. You know why we did it? Because nobody else in this county was willing to do it. Nobody. Zero. Same thing, by the way, with Valley Council. Same thing, by the way, with Someplace Safe. Same thing with Big Brothers Big Sisters. All of these important nonprofits in your community came to us and said, help us. We are going out of business. I draw no money from what you folks give to the scope centers. Certainly it pays for the staff that work at the scope centers here in Trumbull County. But you don't know, my organization, Access Family Services, subsidizes all of those scope centers. It's not just your levy money, folks. It's not just the donations that come in. You're looking at one of the funders of that place. So it's really hard for me to sit and watch a community that has this blessing, and they're talking about taking money away. I mean, how much do you think Portage County should backfill to keep your scope centers open? How would you like it? I mean, think about that. I could make this problem go away real quick. I could close all of them. How many? 6?
6 right now.
It would save me a lot of money. You could have them back. If somebody want to subsidize them, go ahead. Because no one's going to do that. They didn't do it 12 years ago. They're not going to do it now. There's no resources to do it. We're happy to do it because it provides a great service in this community. You know, it's at some point, I think you guys just have to like decide if that's important to you or not. But if you choose not to, if you cut them, you can have them back. Okay? I mean, it's not, and I know you haven't had many calls from seniors about senior centers. You're going to start getting them if you close a senior center. You'll get them because, like it or not, there are thousands of your residents who use those centers. Thousands. Not a handful of people here or 200 people there, thousands. And I think that, kind of have to bear that in mind as you're making your decisions, I think, right? I mean, it's important.
Yeah, I was going to summarize, but go ahead.
Can I say one thing? I'm Dave Merkin. I'm from Comfort Caravan and Comfort Key. This for me is a very difficult situation because my company is receiving the benefit of what they're talking. I have the opportunity to bid on the additional home care. I provide transportation under Comfort Caravan. We are the provider of shore services. So all of this to me, if I'm sitting here as a businessman, I'm saying, hey, this is great. But for 20 some years, I've worked with these people, the senior centers, the home delivered meals, all of that. We're a pretty damn good, well-oiled wheel. It works very well. I hate to see any money taken away from anything. As an advocate for seniors, I want to see more money. I know that's impossible. We'll never in any county be able to meet all the needs, especially in Trumbull where we have such a large number of seniors. I guess what I'm looking at is, and I know what these people do. Like I said, I've been involved for over 20 years. It's a very important program. Me, on the other hand, I think ours is a very important program. Obviously, we're doing transportation, home care, and so on. So what's the answer? I don't know. But there's one thing that's in my mind right now. We're only talking $125,000 of amount of 900 or whatever it is. Maybe we're not at the point where we need to say, hey, let's take that 125 away from senior centers. Like this Board of Commissioners, I signed a contract recently with a company called KO Consulting, as did you. They go out and get grants for companies and for counties or whatever to help them get through these things. I know from our experience with KO, there's a ton of grants out there for seniors, for disabled, and so on. So what if you say, hey, let's let this thing go the way it is right now. Give them their 125,000. We're only out that, but let's work with KO Consulting because you do have a contract the way I understand it now. And say, hey, KO, find us some money for seniors, disabled. I mean, they can pull them from all different areas. So that next year when this comes around, you may have 120, you may have 250. Who knows what you're going to have through grants that will supplement, and Diane won't have to give up. But maybe not make that decision today to pull that 125. Play the if come, play, shoot craps or whatever for 125. Keep these people where they were or where they are, and see a year from now, for the sake of 125, if you can get this thing going the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Merker.
My name is Christina Anderson. I'm part of the council also. My day-to-day job, I'm a clinical social worker. I go out to homes and I assess folks and the community resources. We are talking about $125,000. And I think as a committee, we have met with the senior center managers. We have tried to encourage collaboration. We have tried to encourage seeking additional funding, additional grants and things like that. $125. In the scheme of things, if we all got together, I'm sure we could come up on a way to raise that money. But when we talk about urgency, we have an urgency for people who need bed baths. I go into people's house every day and it smells like urine because they don't have anyone there to help them clean. So when you're looking at things like that, I'm sure that we all in this room could come up with a way to, replace this $125,000 that we're talking about. But to say, wait till later for these folks who need baths, for these folks who need cleaning done in their homes, I think it's just unfair. And so I really hope that regardless of what happens with this, with this decision that commissioners make, I feel like we all need to remember to come back to our meetings. We all need to remember to collaborate, work together on this, because we just have so many people who are out in our community on this waiting list who their insurance doesn't cover home care, their insurance doesn't cover transportation, and we still have to protect those people.
I didn't mean to say to hold back that additional funds for home care. I'm saying put the 125 in effect this year for 1 year, so we can increase the home care like we talked about. Yeah, it's needed.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Bacorn, I'm the director at Johnson Senior Center. I did have to say I'm probably one of the newest directors in the county, besides Mary Lupisto behind me from Farmington. When our request for proposals went out in April, I took a long look at everything that was asked of us on the proposals. Some of the limitations or the reductions that were asked for, I already implemented those into my budget. I've been running them since April, and I am making contract money. So, I mean, it's there. I mean, if we squeeze a little bit, you know, and tighten our belts, we can find that money, raise the money. I love the idea of community fundraising, whatever it takes to get it. But let's let this $125,000 go. Let it go to these people. I have people in my area that could use a bath, use a lawn mower and such that are shut-ins that cannot get to my center or my center. And I know we all have that. So it's, if you break it down by the year, by the month, to me, even for a small center like me, yeah, it's not much to give up. Thank you.
Well, may not be much for you to give up, but I run 6 of the biggest ones in this county. It's a lot. And I'll ask again, if anybody would like to take over and subsidize the scope centers the way that Access Family Services does, right here. Come talk to me. I know what's gonna happen. What happened 12 years ago. Nobody's gonna stand up and do that. Not gonna happen. And I mean, you stand to lose a lot. These are the biggest centers around, right? And they are. And there's a lot of people that use those centers, line up, as you say, coming in the door. I mean, I don't think it's either or, and I cannot, I mean, I agree. I would give you more if I could give you more for the stuff that you're supposed to. Does it really have to be one or the other? What's the doorbell? What's the ring thing? How much is that potential? The ring doorbell thing, the one time.
Mahoney County has a $200,000 program going right now with their Youngstown Neighborhood Partnership. And it's working with the police station.
I mean,
to put these in high crime areas so that seniors are protected by the ring doorbell and the video to show what's going on. And that sounds like a very interesting program. Grant programs. Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership gets grants all the time for home modification, but they run out. We did that with our senior grant that we got a year ago from the state of Ohio, the ARPA grant. And they could have taken every bit of that grant and spent it down. He spent down $200,000 like that on home modification. And it could go. In summary, we aren't cutting senior centers. I mean, we're cutting the funds, which we're cutting the funds, which may mean we may need to have less senior centers. Why do we have a senior center so close to another senior center when they could travel to a senior center? Gerard, how much levy money do you get separately from our levy through Gerard? That's their own levy for senior centers. They have their own levy. They have their own funding.
Everybody could do that. Everybody could do that.
I'm speaking.
Yeah.
We might need to cut down the number of senior centers we have in this community. They're still able to travel to those senior centers. It's not like they're not going to be able to walk through another door. There are other doors that could be available. We're just trying to reallocate the money according to the demand. On our bid process, we do senior center separate from all the other services. I looked, Mike Wilson was asking how much overage. When we have all those other services bid, we had 35% more bid than what was available. was not that high with senior center, this recent bid process. So the public is telling us that they need these services. The waiting list is telling us we need these services. Senior centers, those people can travel to another door. If we don't have 11 senior centers, it is very wonderful that Trumbull County has this levy. I hear the need every day from people who can't get home care.
Diane, I have a question. Using your figures, you're saying you're gonna have a balance of over $300,000, right? You're gonna have a
The
balance.
carryover
Yes, carryover.
is roughly $500,000 that would be available for one, we're thinking
No,
for
I'm
one
talking about the
time.
carryover money. You said you had like 1.3 and then you. need like-
1.3.
And then you need like $900,000 to do it. So that leaves you like 300,000 plus. Why not take 125,000 out of that, to fund these centers?
And that will last 3 years.
Well, at least it'll last us a year to see where we're at.
What is your decision?
I mean, why would you object to that? And if so, why?
It is your
I
decision.
mean, you answer my question, would you object to that? And if so, why?
I have an 11-member council that made their recommendation.
Well, I'm asking you.
I come from a different mindset of
Well, mine's-
being active.
My
I
mindset is
could
why
get
cut
to
if we
a
don't
senior
have to
center.
cut? We don't have to cut and the money's there.
I agree with that too, Commissioner, but why have an advisory board if we're not gonna listen
Well,
to
I
them? We
understand.
appoint these people,
Wait a
we
minute.
just did it with water, and now we're saying. Advise us unless we don't like what you're saying, then we're gonna say we disrespect you. These people work hard to come to these
I'm not
meetings once a month.
disrespecting anybody,
make
I'm just
this
saying if the money's laying there and we don't have to cut any.
It's not laying there, she's gonna adapt it towards,
Not,
God,
not
I
that,
can't tell you how many times people wished, called, they wanted a ramp. We had our fire departments go out and volunteer their time to build it for them, because we couldn't afford it. If she has an opportunity to do something like that, make
Expanding our
people safe for
program.
things that,
Commissioner.
it's a three-legged stool, as Dave Thomas would say.
Listen, all I'm
We
saying
need it.
is, using her numbers, she's telling me she has over $300,000. Why
For
not
now,
use?
when that's used, then what do we do? Cut senior centers 3 years from
I
now?
don't wanna cut any senior citizens. I don't wanna cut any service to anybody, as far as the elderly go, okay? But if we have it, that buys us the year to see where we go. Maybe we can get a grant. The money's just sitting there. Why not use it? And the services are there. Plus, we're increasing the home health benefits for them. So we're not cutting anybody. And the money's sitting there.
Well, what do we do in this bid process? If 15 communities put in for bids for senior centers, any community out there can have their own senior center. Tomorrow, Brookfield can decide we want our own senior center, and they have equal access to the money like the other ones do. All we keep adding,
We might want to divide up our senior centers to the rural areas, and then we'll have to cut a local Niles versus Warren.
Bristol wanted one, they talked about having one of their own. I mean, there's Kinsman, there's other
Johnston,
communities that.
Kinsman, West Farmington's the only one up
We have to
serving up
set
in that.
precedent of how, what the equal share is of this money.
I guess.
And West Farmington does a great job at having their own fundraisers, so they don't ask for as much money.
I like to fix problems, not to create them, right? So, I mean,
Well, that's-
to your point, Commissioner, I mean, I think if you just did it 1 year. And, challenge me to go back and decide. Not myself, but with, in conjunction with all the other centers, I mean, which ones are going, I mean. Consolidation is the only way to go. It's one of all these other things. Now, my own personal opinion is you're overstepping. I mean, you want to do everything, more of everything. But, I would question.
Well, right now, we have almost zero grass mowing, so I wouldn't say more of it.
Well, I understand, but I mean, ring doorbells, things that could be one-time shots going on. Rather than that, as opposed to keeping what works and where thousands of your residents go.
They can still go to.
To your point, yeah, so let's have a conversation with those folks, right? Buy us a year where we can figure it out amongst ourselves. I mean, I'm happy to have conversations with other communities. If that's what the desire of this community is, once again, I don't have a dog in this fight, folks. I get to come here from, like I said, you close them, I'm saving money. Every senior center that we operate, that we close, Mark's saving money. I'm not subsidizing the Portage County money. I'm not doing anything. I mean, I wouldn't have to do anything. So. But I don't think that that's what this is. I don't think it's in the best interest of the community, in my estimation. There's too many people that utilize these centers, just, it's just too many.
If you cut from here and add from here, you're still hurting.
No matter how you look at it, right? But I think even if you bought a year, don't you think we could get together as the level that we are and try to help figure this out rather than just. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what this 125,000 means. I mean, it's how many scope centers would I have to close if we ate the 125? How many, how many?
No, we don't know that you're eating the 125. There's 11. You have 6.
One second.
So maybe you're eating a portion of that.
14.
Oh, forget that. I'm just asking if we got, if we just ate the 125.
Oh, it's actually more than 125. That's the overall number.
I understand.
The issue is, it's gonna be a 30 or 35% cut to the senior centers based on my financials that I did provide to all the committee members when they say they don't get the financials on all their scope.
Mike, please give your name.
Mike Wilson, scope, sorry. Also treasurer of the Citizens for Trumbull County team. So, yeah, it's gonna be 30, 35. People think that the centers are 100% funded by the senior levy. That's never been the case. And that's not the case. It's about 70%. Okay, that means 30% have to come from fundraisers, donations, or you for us, okay, to make sure we can continue to operate doing that. You take another 20% cut, now it's gonna be down to 50%. And that happened 4 years ago with us when we lost money operating the centers and our parent organization, you took care of us. You know, so that was very important when you took care of us when we were down there. The other thing is the vast majority of the money that was put in the reserve funds came from the senior centers during COVID. When COVID and we couldn't open the doors, you wouldn't pay us anything if people couldn't be in the centers. And so probably about $900,000 of that. Okay, and if not $625,000 for 1 year, because you didn't have to pay out.
Mike, please.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's-
My point is, a lot of the money that came in the reserves came from the senior centers when we couldn't operate during COVID and the 1 year after that.
All right, commissioners.
It's totally.
Thank you,
We
Mike.
got 1.3 million.
Please. I'm gonna add a little bit of a saying. Those senior centers and the senior levy monies that came in, commissioners, I believe a big part of that probably is because of the scope centers, a lot of what they do and how they voted for that levy. I personally, we can look at this. My personal thought is, I don't want to cut any program right now. We can look down the road, Diane, and I appreciate what the group has done. But to cut these people right now, especially when we had that levy, I think it's going to be detrimental even for us to do that when they voted for that, for those scope centers that they go to. I know we have 11 of them. Until we figure something out, I believe that money should stay with these centers, multi-generational scope. And look at this down the road and see what we have to do for personalized care. My take on it, we could vote it any way you want, or we could table it. And look at this, look at this a little bit further, because this is being dropped in our lap, and you can tell this is a real hot subject, hot topic.
We were supposed to have a meeting, Commissioner, with the senior levy
I know,
advisory board, and we never did that. I think that's what we need. We need to hear.
I believe that.
Waiting to have one set up.
Yeah.
To talk to you about this before this
And
happened.
I don't know why that never happened.
I don't know either. We've
You
been
know,
waiting.
this is kind of like the
And with the
commission.
scheduling thing to get everybody there, but I think we should have that meeting before we make any decision.
Yeah, well,
They are appointed as our advisory board.
I
We need to
understand
hear
that.
from them in a meeting.
I understand. I'm not against that. I don't have any problem with that. I would welcome that, but I really think that we have to revisit this, really look at this. We have, we have both sides here that are in need of these monies. You all do a wonderful job. All of you, everybody involved here. But we need to come to some sort of a happy medium, because right now we're just banging heads. And we don't know really exactly where we're at. I think
It's like we're all on the same team, but everyone's disputing the play.
exactly.
One wants a pass, one wants a run, one wants a fake.
And
gotta
we
get
could
on
be
the same-
forever, we could be here forever discussing it.
All I want to do is take 125,000, the extra money, use it, keep all the levels the same.
Well, she seems to believe that that's not
You
gonna
have
be.
the option of saying, we're not going to reject the bids, proceed forward. We've already extended the contracts for 2 months. You can do that route. The extra money for a homemaker, that could still happen. Within the budget for now, but then in 3 years after I retire, then you guys will be dealing with a tight budget. That new administrator's gonna go, oh goodness, she spent down everything and left me with garbage.
Diane, I think we're saying we're looking for a year and that's what we
That's
begin, it's a year. We're not looking at 3 years or 4 years. We know there's a problem. But
It's a
let's
2-year
keep,
contract.
let's keep everything current for another year. That's all I'm saying.
That's your call.
And I would hope it's not a problem.
That seems acceptable from the heads. I see Bob going
I think
around the
that's
room,
an
that
answer
that may
to
be
the
a route.
solution right now.
We would have to retool the agenda or,
Right.
you know, to vote on that.
But I still think we need to have a meeting with our senior
Here's what will
advisors.
happen though, you had more money requested, so there will be cuts based on what was requested, so the board will look at the bids and.
We had to do that a couple of years ago. I remember when they all came and lobbied for their portion of
If they
the
should-
senior center money.
Until after the agenda item is tabled for seconded discussion. There should be no lobbying behind the scene that we're only getting 30,000, we asked for 50,000, okay, you get your extra. That's
Okay,
just
this
letting you
is the
know.
reason why we really
the
need to
process.
get together with the board. We need to, with the commissioners, to organize this with you all and figure this out, you know, collectively together. Because in this environment here right now, we could be here forever discussing this, and it's just gonna.
I just want to make a
Hey,
statement.
your
My
name,
name
please, ma'am?
Mary Lapisto. I am the director of the West Farmington Senior Center. And I just want to say that I will be grateful for any decision and any funding that we receive. Because, you know, I came into this in February. And it's been a struggle trying to arrange things to get the seniors, you know, coming and going. I think it's a lot has changed since COVID. So I just want to put out there that if it's cut, if there's a need somewhere else, there's a need somewhere else. And I respect that. But I do want to say thank you for the money that we do receive. And we will try to work our butts off to make up the difference if need be. So I don't want to put that stress on the council, but I appreciate the hard decisions that you guys are making.
Well, we appreciate what you do. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah.
I'm Barbara Bingle.
Yes, Barbara.
I'm on the senior advisory committee. This is my first year. And I just think, yes, if we could meet with you before you guys make any decision and bring up what we all kind of talked about and decided, we'd appreciate that. Before we say no to the contract or yes, you could even maybe, are they allowed to see other things?
I just can't discuss them publicly.
Right, right.
What's the deadline? Is there, what's the deadline?
Current contracts are done as of the end of August, August 31st. So we have on the agenda a 2-month extension to allow time to decide what you plan to do.
So that would be item 29. We leave that on, we pass that, giving you the 2 month extension and the rest you take.
Even the homemaker additional chore you could do right now because it's within the budget. That's spent, the 2 items that were for homemaker and chore are which? 31 and 32. That is within a sustainable budget for the replacement levy funding and the carryover funding.
That's not taking away the 125,000.
No.
No. Lisa, did you get that? Okay,
So we can do 29, 31, and 32 then. Is that what you're saying?
now let's arrange it. Let's arrange a meeting.
Yes.
Diane?
I don't arrange them, I think somebody in your office arranges that.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, we will
Yeah.
get that together. Lisa, we'll have,
What about 28? I do 28 reject.
That was to reject bids, they'll have to table that.
Move on, or you're gonna take it off? Take it off.
Table,
I'm not hearing you, you're going back and forth. I'm Dave Merkin, Liberty. What was your decision in regards to shore and home?
That's gonna go through. That's gonna be on the agenda. And then 33. I would like to table 33 because we just see now how important these 4 positions are on the advisory council. And I personally would like to take more time to actually interview people, meet with them personally, and make sure that I'm picking the right person that's in it for the right reasons for all aspects of this thing.
I will say this group is
July.
fantastic, this council, they take it serious, they don't just come to a meeting and leave, they get into deep conversations, they get into arguments. We have good discussion amongst all
Oh,
members.
you're like the commissioners.
They're great to work with, so continue that pattern of bringing good people together. It's like I years.
Does anyone, do you have a problem with that, or do you know who you on that?
What's that?
I agree with the state.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Look at the names.
I think we should actually meet with them and make sure they understand all 3, 4 aspects of this thing, and that they're open-minded for all of it, that they see the big picture. So they'll follow the coach's play along, I guess.
Okay. All right, well. We're on to 34.
Well, thank you too. The fashion in this room, I mean, we all care. It's all about seniors. So although it's like a family, you know, argue with your brother and sister over something. We all want to make sure the gathering is fun for all family and we're on the right page. So thank you for the time you devoted to this.
Thank you, ladies. 34, to approve resignation of Kaylee Beach, part-time 911 telecommunicator in the Trumbull County 911 department. I want to thank her for her years of service. 35, to approve termination of Dustin Foltz, probationary 911 telecommunicator in the 911 department. We're losing a lot of 911 operators.
There's 2 more.
I mean,
In the wrong way.
we're going in the wrong direction. Well, or Daryl, who is this?
Sure, Commissioner, only because Stacy's on now, let's see the judge's question, versus private tenant. Only because Stacy did tell me she wasn't gonna be here. Just for the record, Kaylee Beach was averaging anywhere from a minimum of 8 hours a month. I'm not saying that that's not needed, it is. Okay, I'm just making sure, I wanna make sure it's clear, that part-time employee was averaging anywhere from 8 to 16 maximum. I mean, that's not a small amount. Number 34.
She was part-time.
Yeah, and I don't wanna say what I typically consider part-time is usually 20 hours a week, it is usually, but 8 to 16 a month. And then there was, so
Yeah.
it wasn't, I'm not trying to minimize, everybody is important in that center, every single one.
Right.
But I just wanna make sure I'm level setting. And then Dustin Foltz also to kind of level set from that, he was just hired in May. So that, again, we're not losing a long-term dispatcher, we're losing somebody who they took a risk on because we're trying to get anybody that they can. And he just felt the job wasn't. That's gonna happen. This is going to be an evolving, this is going to happen. But what it does show is that we are trying to get, we're hiring. If they don't want to stay, we shouldn't force them to stay. You don't want somebody to call who doesn't want to be there. Would you want that? I don't think that's. So.
No, but we had a lot of time and effort into training somebody that wasn't gonna cut it.
In May, so not a lot of time passed. This one was addressed early on. So I agree. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but we're trying. And I do have an email out to the Board of Commissioners about ways that I think that we could, today's not the time for that conversation. But there is many ideas that I took a lot of time to put into, and then I also vetted them with Casey and Patty, to try to figure out how to retain people, A, get people in, B, and make it better. Not putting in the building as everything, I'm just saying, just with what we have current, where we're at. The last thing, Commissioners, is to approve the resignation of Trenton Bosca, custodian in the Trumbull County Maintenance Department, effective July 18th. And again, thank him for his years of service. This gentleman is moving, that is why he's choosing to leave. And there is now a open vacant position, there's 2 custodian positions We had lost another employee a while back, Mr. Mormon. So long story short, I have, your department head asked me to fill the position for the custodian. However, there is one caveat. That's straight general. And I looked at where we're at, and it's not looking good. Okay, we are already at nearly 76% of payroll.
I understand, but we do have some extra money that we've seen.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
If you would just let me finish, that's why I'm asking the Board of Commissioners. Well, how you would like HR to move forward, because it's not my decision.
This is crucially important because we got winter coming up again. We had people fall last year from lack of ice or lack of.
This is a custodian, they don't do. Totally different.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we do need a laborer out there also, don't you? Outside.
You're gonna need, so he's gonna need a groundskeeper.
Grounds, right?
Right, but this is a custodian, we're looking at two different positions, just wanna make sure you're not commingling. The custodians do not shovel ice, they do not.
Oh, no, but they do sweep up salt that's in the doorways and in the courthouses and stuff, which is a big complaint that we get.
Sure, I am just making the board aware, it's your budget, it's your decision. But I'm only gonna do what the board tells me to do.
It's a net loss of one. We have.
I think they're so thin, I think we have. And then at some point in time, we're gonna have to address the grounds.
I think that's open posted right now, isn't it?
Well, we have 5 days, remember, it's not posted.
The groundskeeper, it's not.
You haven't even approved the groundskeeper to transition yet, that's on the agenda for tomorrow, Mr. Pashadi. Put a bid in to go to the sanitary engineer's grant, I have to hold that job for 5 days, as I said earlier, for the contract to allow him the time. Then I will post that job, if that is what the board says, yes. But I don't disagree, I mean, groundskeeper wise, we've been operating on one only, period. We had to, but again, one was unable to work for a time being. So, custodians, we have 13, I believe, full time. 13, oh, good, my number's right. So we have 13 custodians versus one groundskeeper. That wasn't a debate for me whatsoever. I'm just making the board abreast of where you're at with your payroll spending to date in the building maintenance department, and it's alarming. So. I know. I'm trying to find money for them, just even like repairs in the jail. It's pretty bad. Especially for them, it's really bad.
I hate to say because they work so hard, but that is the lowest paying job in the whole county. And but it is essential too, because we have had judges threaten.
Yeah.
Other means if we don't maintain our cleanliness.
It's not even just these things. If we don't take care of the things that are, that's why we're in the building. We kind of just push things off to the sidewalk and wait and wait. If you let it wait that many times, pretty soon it's a larger repair. That's all.
Well, why don't you prepare a report for us to let us know what funds are actually low, what accounts,
I'm in the process.
and how, and we can take that and address that. So,
Yes, because I do think, commissioners, again, it is not I'm not here to tell you by any, you want to make that very clear. But we do have to remember, you have to begin to go back to mandated services versus what's not mandated. If we continue to not look at that, what we have to provide with the funds that we have versus what we could skim back on if we absolutely have to, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. You're bringing a good time, because I brought up, I have 4 municipalities. They're seriously low. We're not paying what we have to pay. They're 40% judges, the magistrates, the courts, there's 4 of them. So, City of Warren's really low. They're all really low. So I will have a report for you by the end of the day, so you can see exactly where they are, but we have to put some money there.
and we have some extra money because sales tax increase. Correct.
Okay, Alex, thank you.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah, so we'll post the groundskeeper in the 5 days when we can, and we'll post a custodian position, and that's.
Okay.
You need 37.
Yeah. Oh, well, she can if she wants.
Sure, to approve the 2-day unpaid suspension of an employee within the dog kennel. Obviously the note is that, there was policy violation there. And we did have an executive session about this on June 27, 2025. And the dates would need to be determined. That's up to the board. Obviously, we need to plan for coverage during those days when said person wouldn't be there. So we need to make sure that we talk about that.
Okay.
If you would like, again, if the board
38th,
board wants. I mean, I'd be more than willing. I told you if you guys would be more than willing. I mean, we just need to make sure that there's proper adequate coverage for dog. 38 would be an executive session to discuss employment dismissal and or discipline of a public employee, to reconvene from that, and that's where I am.
Then to reconvene. Thank you, Alex.
What should I say?
Uh-huh.
What should I stay in executive?
Yeah. Okay, 40. We have the sheriff's department here, Mark is here to approve transfer of $1 million as discussed during final budget of 2025 meeting at the Trumbull County Clerk Courts. That was a $2 million donation that came for the clerk. Did earmark $1 million. Commissioners, I know that, well, at least I have been in a personal one-on-one discussion with the sheriff's department. Commissioner, I can't speak for you. I don't know whether you have or not. I personally feel that it's been earmarked. They need it. I have no issue with providing it. I think Commissioner Malloy's
It's
gonna
not
take-
been earmarked. If you look at our agenda, how we voted, it's not been earmarked for that. It's been set aside as collateral. If we run short at the end, and they seal it like we did last year, we had to supplement the budget. That money was there to be earmarked to go to the sheriff's department. If we made more money, if you read the agenda item, if we made more money in sales tax, and we reconvened and saw that we had more money, we could allocate them if they need it when they request it, then we wouldn't have to touch that money. To just give them that $1 million now in July, halfway through the year, that was supposed to be the last money in, according to the agenda item. What are we gonna do in August, September, October, November, December? Come back to general fund then? This was last money in. You have to read the agenda item as we voted on it, not money to be allocated now. They've got to save the money first, and at the very end, that's the last money in.
And my discussion with
Your discussion with it might be one thing, but what we voted on was another thing. What we journalized was another thing. I've talked to the sheriff about it, talked to our staff about that. They know where it stands. That money is there for them if they need it at the end. If they're at the end already, then they got some explaining to do while they're broke in July when we gave them 18 million. And I don't think they want to have that conversation right now and open up all the records of how they're broke in July, because I don't think they are. If they spent $18 million already, they're gonna have to answer to all the taxpayers. And we're not at that point. So why imply that we are by saying we need that emergency money right now? We don't. They don't.
Well, you're speaking for the sheriff. He's not here, but Mark, do you have anything to add to this? Can you come here and let us know what?
Yeah, it's not the point that we're out of money.
Can you come up here though, so they can hear you, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
Give your name.
Yeah, Mark Manning, Trumbull County Sheriff Department. Yeah. Mr. Noy is exactly correct. We are not out of money now. Just for a budget forecasting for the officers we have people going on FM1A. Just the planning out of the reason we requested the money is planning out over the next 6 months that we have the money there. Anything that's left over automatically goes back to the budget. We are running very tight on operations. Now we're running slightly over on employee costs. And we do have another raise that's going into effect. We are at some, and I printed out exactly what you had asked for. I have that for you. You can review it later. 60, 70, 90% of budget used in a lot of our operational supplies. I'm not a fan of pulling money from salaries to fund that. I just don't think that's the way to do it. But I have to do whatever you guys want, which is fine. I'll operate on their county. But with us being our first year here and not knowing where we're going to end up, we have cut, and I'm sure
Sharon and other people here can see, we have cut everything to the bone. I mean, supplies, overtime, slashed everything. We can't, I mean, next year, we can't continue to cut like this. It's like taking our raw supplies and not ordering raw supplies, and now we can't produce our product. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we're doing right now at this point. So the request is that we can, effectively budget and add back in that we have plenty of operational supplies. That's why we're asking for the money. Now, we're not saying that we're out. I can certainly pull money from, as you suggested before, I can pull money from salaries.
And I guess that's what we want you to do. This money's like in glass, and
Okay.
don't break the glass in case of emergency. You want to break the glass now in July, which doesn't send a good message in budgeting to any taxpayer out there or any other person who've operated on what we've given you or less in past years. This is the end money. That's what it was meant to be. That's what we discussed. I mean, if I could be outvoted on that, but I think that's what we responsibly said. With the use of that money, this is for you, and break the glass in case of emergency. If no emergency hits, we'll allocate it somewhere else. If we can get you more money out of the budget, we'll do that. The auditor wants more money. Board of Elections wants more money. There's a lot more money we're gonna have to, as commissioners, sit down and allocate with the increase in sales tax that we have, what we can spend out of that. Hopefully keeps going up, 400,000 a month last month. And you may be able to get your money without breaking the glass. Now is not the time to break the glass and say we're in a crisis. You're not.
Well, they're not in a crisis, but, and I discussed this with the sheriff too. Would it hurt to give them half of the money?
For what reason though?
For-
It's a budgeting
Well,
thing
you
where
know,
they've got to crunch like
You said you
everyone
don't
else.
take it out of payroll.
Take it out of payroll, move money around. Martha moves money around every day, I'll bet. We move money around,
I
Sheriff.
don't know.
We move money around every day. We move money out of the emergency.
Honestly, I see your point. I see your point and I understand that. But just from a budgetary view, it makes no sense to me to take money from payroll and we're gonna have to put it back. Right? I
Well,
mean,
we're gonna see how you do on the payroll and how you can adjust budgets
I
with the
have-
new sheriff. and the new-
Commissioner, I have-
Here's my question. How much money were you allocated at the beginning of the year?
18.
And that was how much less that was budgeted the previous year? You were shorted how much? $1 million so?
Yes.
Okay, so we know they're gonna be $1 million short, just if everything stays the same.
Right, but there was 500,000 that the previous sheriff had, which was buying a big ticket item they didn't buy again this year. So that's $500,000 more actually.
Well, that's set aside for the body cam contract. So
I think what they're saying is
I can't use that.
they're gonna be short the salary account. They wanna make sure the money's there.
I don't see what there's a problem giving them half the money at least, at a bare minimum. Hey, you still got the 500,000 and.
Because if they get half the money now, then we come back in November, December, what if they
Yeah, but that's.
do like the previous sheriff and say, I need 3 million more? Which we didn't give them, and we gotta make sure.
Well, then
every
that's
department-
saying that they're gonna blow the money,
But I
Commissioner.
think the difference is we shorted them over $1 million from the previous year.
I shorted everybody money from the previous year.
Well, do you wanna lay off deputies?
No, absolutely
You want
not.
road patrols?
They're not at that point yet. They don't have to do
Why
that.
even?
Well, we're gonna have to.
I don't understand why it can't be the last money and why we need to break the glass now.
You're not breaking the glass.
This, I don't think it's breaking glass, Commissioner. I really don't. I mean.
It is. There's salaries that are up right now. There's positions that are up right now being hired at 80-some thousand dollars a year still. And no, we're not doing that in other departments. We just said no to Gary, or we give Gary hell about $8,000 more to pay an employee. And there's positions that are open.
That's a completely
That's not the
different
sheriff.
issue.
I understand that. It's still part of the budget.
Well, yeah, I understand, but he operates his own budget under different circumstances than what the sheriff does.
The sheriff operates his budget under the money we give him.
And that's correct. I mean, if you want to take road deputies off the road, then you know what? Don't-
Nobody's saying to do that at this time.
They're
If we
short.
give them the money now or we give them later, those deputies are still on the road. Or if they're gonna be off the road, they're gonna be off later or they're gonna be off now.
Well,
If they can't manage within that money. I think we're gonna make more money. I think we're gonna make enough money in sales tax so we can give them more money out of the budget and not have to touch this money.
I have no problem with that.
Maybe this money goes to the corner, maybe this money goes to 911,
That's.
maybe this money goes to dog pound.
I mean, we're 10 deputies short. We're not asking to put 10 deputies on. We need to put a few more on, and I'm not even asking for that. I'm just asking that I don't have to cut into the
I
salary.
understand, but you're asking for the end money that we promised you to give you 6 months in,
Yeah,
with 6 months to go.
Yeah,
But we're discussing maybe half of the money. Could you, I mean, that,
well, anything will help, absolutely. And yeah, and
and I
anything
mean,
will help.
even if we gave the commissioner half of the money, we still got the 500. Let's look at year end. They have been making cuts. I got with them.
Yeah, but they can trust us till the end too, by readjusting their budgets. It's like it's not a trust
Well,
thing.
Commissioner,
Give us the money now before you spend it.
I'll go either way you want.
You wanna give them 500,000?
I like to give them 500.
Let's give them 500. We're gonna have to do it sometime. I mean, they're gonna need it.
Right. I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, and respect what you're saying, but I just don't understand why we don't just do that. I mean, it's the sheriff's.
So why don't we just take it out of the general fund where we have the excess now? Why take it out of there?
We could do that, but
We have 931,000. And we need to disperse some of it. Quality money.
what happened to 1.5 and 1.6?
It's, when I look at Christie's sheet, it's 931,000. 995.27. Is
Yeah,
that
I'm
right?
912, but I'm just talking about the cancel.
Okay, okay. Gotcha.
All right, so for the agenda tomorrow, where are we taking money from for the sheriff?
We gave them 500,000 out of the first million for vehicles. And the safety thing for the thing. Now you're gonna get 500,000 out of the other, so they've got $1 million already so far. Then after we make that decision, is this 500,000? If it's not spent at the end of the year, if they have an overage, they give back. And we tell them at the end, you give the money back.
I don't think they're gonna have an overage because
We don't know. We don't know.
Well, we shorted them $1 million. How are they gonna have an overage? I mean,
We have an
let's
overage, we have no problem giving it back. I mean,
Yeah.
We have no problem.
Well, it's in the general.
I would like to think they were more fiscally responsible maybe than the last administration.
It's just in the general.
Well,
fund.
I believe we
Oh,
are.
they are.
I mean, you can look, you can talk about, you can talk share, we're,
The former administration had $700,000 in excess. Oh, I mean, over. Not over. It came in under 700,000 just for resource officers. Isn't that correct? And the sheriff's working on
Well, the past
correcting this.
administration, didn't they give them 3.5 million for out of COVID for salary?
Yes.
Did they do that?
Yeah.
And they're nowhere near
That
that.
was 2 couple years ago.
It was
Well,
another,
it doesn't
yeah.
matter, but this administration.
And they cut overtime by about 76, I think it was 70 some odd $1,000. Not mistaken.
And they're getting more money for their resource officers. They're making the schools and everybody.
Yeah, they're
At least we're recouping
Right.
our cost out of that. So they are showing that and I mean, we have to show that, I mean, my original thought was, we said we're gonna put that $1 million aside for the sheriff.
That's what it is. For the end money.
So he wants 500 of them to make sure that they can get to a point.
I'm just saying that because you're not giving up all of it, but at least you're cutting it to where, they have some toward.
we're not just coming in, listen, we're not just cutting that, and I know we're not a profit center, we're just not coming in asking. We've renegotiated contracts with all these schools, right? We were in a deficit of almost $500,000. We've corrected that. CSEA and JFS hasn't paid in 2 years. The prior administration didn't do anything. I just collected 200,000 from them. They're still 6 months behind, collecting 50,000 for that.
Year and a half.
All of the prices have gone up for them that they weren't even paying the rate that they're supposed to be paying. They weren't paying for uniforms. They weren't paying for longevity. They're paying for all of that now. So that's
Come
not
back
the
in the
money that
general
comes to
fund.
us. That
CSEA,
goes to the general funds. And I'm still working hard to bring more money into the general fund to help cover that stuff. So, I mean, I'm not just cutting the budget. I'm trying to bring money in on top.
We get the full cost from JFS and we get 60% for CSEA. CSEA has not paid for 2024 yet. And there's a half a year and then now we're at 25. I mean, we could start getting billed now and get some of that money brought back in.
Right, they pay.
they have to have all of the detailed records for each officer that they have securing the building. So I think there's just been a little bit of that was meeting a couple weeks ago that they had showing exactly what they needed to have to get this put through the state so that we can get reimbursed.
Okay, well, where's Lisa?
Yes.
Just over here.
Just slipped over here.
For the agenda.
I
for
just need
tomorrow.
to know a fund number,
Give me the
where it's
phone number,
coming
if you can
from.
get it for me.
If we do this million, we do a 500,000. We at least agree that then the other half, we don't even talk about again until November, December.
So this is out of the.
So this isn't next month, they would need the other half.
It's out of the contingency.
Oh, yeah, November. Yeah,
Promise.
he agrees with it. Okay. No, we're not gonna put that in you're not gonna put that in. Yeah.
No, I should say where's the five, this 500 are coming from that. So
Yeah,
Tim's gonna hear it. I have two things that, if we're done with that part of it for now, I'll get you a fund number.
okay.
I just kind of wanted to go through and make sure what I'm changing. So I can do that. I don't have a fund number. That's, I mean, you'll have to give it, it's probably in here somewhere. I do have two things.
You have a name?
No, I don't. Sarah Taylor, Commissioner's Office. We approved opioid fund usage for the Soder Body Scanner of the Sheriff's Office. One thing we neglected to do was pick which fund we were taking that from. Would it be the National Opioid Fund or the State Opioid Fund? We have, in the national, we have $2,025,315.82. And on state, we have $2,248,984.90. So they're pretty much equal. So I don't know which you wanted to use. Or
I don't know that it really matters, does it? Delegated out of. Bill, any suggestions?
No, Commissioners, Bill Dance, the prosecutor's office, the advice that we've been given from our opioid counsel on this is that we should essentially be following the same sort of guardrails for the use of the money out of either of those funds. So I don't think that it would practically matter from at least a legal perspective which
Okay.
one you use.
Okay.
so whatever you gentlemen choose to.
Commissioners, any choice? Any choice? for which
National,
one,
state,
National or
opioid
state? Whichever one I supposed to say.
State.
All right.
State. We're kind of doing it, using it for the county jail, so that would make sense.
Now, do we have to vote on that?
Yeah, we're gonna amend it. We have to create a fund number. There is no fund number to spend out of there, and I'll have to do the purchase order. We won't have to do the PO.
While we're on opioid, Frank Galucci has gotten a hold of me. There's a settlement on the table between Lake and Trumbull. It's $5 million. That would be, the commissioners are gonna have to, make a decision whether or not to accept it. The first payment would be a lump sum payment. It'll be in the amount of, second please. Here it is. Okay, payment one would be in the amount of $2.5 million within 30 days of executing the settlement agreement. Now, remember, that's be split between two. Payment two would be no later than 1 year of 500,000. Payment one would be payment two, 500,000, no later than year one of payment one. Payment three, 500,000. No later than, and on until year 5. So it's a $2.5 million settlement. To be paid incrementally over the period of 5 years. But if we do agree to it, our first payment will come in 30 days.
And how much is our first payment?
1.250.
Is that split or is that our?
No, that's ours. And I've also talked to him. Now, this is what he's telling me. The commissioners, the county will not incur any fees. The fees will already be paid.
But how do we say no?
I don't think you did, right? So that's something to consider. Maybe I'll get a hold of him to find out. Oh, I request both sides to reply to me by 5 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. Maybe tomorrow would be a good time to call him. Right?
Well, will we call him or does, do you call him or what?
I don't know. Traditionally, in the past, he's talked to you guys directly, I believe, but.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Is that another executive session? Talk to him. We've done the last few conversations.
He
with
said I
him.
request both
Executive
sides
session.
by 5 p.m. If you're prepared to reply earlier, you should definitely do so. Importantly, I will keep your confidential and private responses double. Okay, whatever here.
I think we need to do that in a second executive session tomorrow. That's how we've talked to him every other time.
It's not a bad idea.
Okay, I'm gonna contact him and let him know about that executive session.
And if he can make it, go ahead with Lisa and get it scheduled. We'll do that right after the first one. And then move the sheriff's agenda item up before the executive session.
Right.
So we don't wait around.
Okay. Commissioners, just real quick, Alex to Johnson Bush, from what I know, that is litigation, so I would definitely recommend you talk about, I mean, anything litigation should really be discussed in executive session. So I would encourage the board, I'm not your legal counsel for this, but I.
Even the stuff you're talking about there, I don't even talk about it until we talk to the attorney.
Okay.
And then just as a reminder on that end, you also did have an email from the sanitary engineer's office about another matter of pending litigation right now. It hasn't come up today, so I don't know if perhaps you'd want to put that on as an executive session tomorrow as well.
Just come around.
Because I think there's a signature that they wanted from the board if something was gonna happen on that sanitary engineer's office.
I have that to be on next week's agenda.
Oh, you have it for next week? Okay, well then that's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, then we'll wait. That's fine. I didn't know how immediate that was needed, so that's all.
Okay.
I don't mean to speed things up, commissioners, but I know Martha's got something very important and we got a
Okay.
meeting with the sheriff and fair board. They're waiting for us all and the judge is here.
Just,
And
I say something real quick, because I made a major faux pas. I missed the emergency management building and our security, stage integration upgrade to the tune of $8,619.57. I do have a fund where I can take it from, but I need to add on, I do need to amend that journal action if allow me.
What's it for again?
It was for emergency management, their door over there, their door was missed in that big mess that we had of when we were doing the sage and, the fobs, locks.
Overheads.
Yes, but emergency management, we got, the way they worded it, it said tag building, I thought that was everything in one, it was not. So this is my mistake, I do have a fund that I can cover it, if you allow me to put it on the agenda too.
Do we need a fund for that one?
He has to have an upgrade on the server. The whole server for that whole building has to be upgraded. That was why, because he would have been fine to go without, but they have.
Okay.
Okay, so am I approved?
It's fine.
Thank you.
For this agenda?
I'll fix it up.
That's why I like to go over the other changes. We adjourn and I.
If you want me to put it on next week, I'll just do it next week. Yeah.
go ahead.
Martha Yoder, Trumbull County Auditor. I gave you a packet. I'm gonna have a second one as well, but I'll try to make these as fast as I can. On June 10, 2025, the commissioners held a special meeting regarding the budget and invited the budget commission to attend. Because I was unable to come due to my injuries from my June 7th accident, Chief Deputy Hanford attended as my budget commission representative. Additionally, Senior Accountant Christy Stark attended to provide information as needed. I watched the meetings online. On June 16, 2025, I sent an email outlining some things that were not brought up in the meeting, as well as some reminders for the board as they move forward with the general fund budget for the remainder of the year. I received no acknowledgement of this email.
A copy of that email has been provided within your packet. I did not, however, print the attachments. The attachments can be reviewed at your convenience in the original email that was sent on June 16th. I was watching and listening, and there were some things that were mentioned in the meeting that should have been addressed, as well as some reminders for you as you proceed. The estimated revenue projections versus reality. While the sales tax revenue has been healthy, there are a few considerations that I think were not addressed. We fell short of our estimated revenue in the first half property tax collections. While not as big a part as our estimated revenue in sales tax, it's concerning particularly because the first half usually collects more. Sometimes pay a full year at the first billing. Also, some of the smaller revenue actuals are lower than anticipated. I encourage you to look closely and study the packet that Mrs. Starrett printed for you, particularly the general fund revenue summary, and I attached a digital copy to that email. 2, canceled carryover encumbrances. On March 31st, 2025, Mrs. Starrett emailed, and I attached that email to the original email I'm reading from about carryover encumbrances, which then totaled $641,092.59. Since that time, our capital encumbrances have been totaled. There's a total of $873,289.20. There's an updated spreadsheet to my knowledge. Those funds have not been appropriated. Those funds are still available for the Board of Commissioners to utilize as a resource for the budgetary needs of the offices and departments. The current total of the canceled carryover encumbrances is $912,179.46. The reserves. I think it's important for the board to understand the reserves. This was reviewed with the board by me at meetings both in January and February. These have been, I'll skip through this, but we keep referring to these. I've heard them referred to in a couple of meetings as carryover. That's not what they are. It's inaccurate and it's confusing to the public. Please don't do that. The funds have historically been used as reserves in the county are the 921 undivided sales tax, 928 justice sales tax, the 943 casino, and the 949 NCO. On your financial statements, Mrs. Starrett groups those with the 001 general fund for your convenience and notes them as funds related to the general fund. It should be noted that these are not general fund unless and until the commissioners approve transfers from them to the general fund. I heard at least one commissioner during that meeting refer to them as general fund. It's inaccurate and confusing to the public. 921, 928, and 943 receive revenue. 949 MCO does not. Estimated revenue as outlined in the budget from 921, 928, and 943 is transferred on a regular basis. 921 revenue is also used to service the debt. Excess revenue above our estimates has historically been either used for small capital projects or added to the reserves. Our current reserves at the time that I wrote this was $13.3 million. Now at this time, it's $13,486,615.94. I want to remind the commissioners that when I spoke to you in February, I informed you that according to the auditor's state, at the end of the year, the carryover in the general fund plus the amount in the 4 reserve funds must not fall below 1 month's expenses, or the county will be placed on fiscal watch. Based on the general fund budget, 1 month's estimated expenses would be about $5.75 million. And then to add to that, in addition to what I reminded you in the email about fiscal watch, GFOA, Government Fiscal Officers Association, recommends a minimum of 16.7% for 2 months of operating expenses, but risk plays a role as well. I've included an article about this in your packets. Our reserves are at 19.72% of operating expenses. Reserves also play a role, particularly in Ohio, in our ratings, and that's for our notes, our borrowing. According to Matt Szynski from MAS Financial Advisory Services, LLC. He's our financial advisor who helps us navigate our debt process. The average actual expenditures per month up to May 31st, 2025 was actually $5.8 million. During these uncertain times, I would caution against getting too close to any amount that is too low. I am by nature an optimist, but responsible budget policy is not based on optimism or hope. One final thing, though Mr. Danzo addressed this with you and it's been said again today, it bears repeating. Mandated services and those services necessary for the provision of mandated services should always take priority over non-mandated services. Also at the meeting, there was a discussion of general fund offices and departments submitting a budget update. However, there was no follow-up on that as far as I know. There was no email sent to the offices and departments with a deadline or what you actually wanted from each office. While I watched that meeting, not every department head or public official does. I submitted something from my office, but received no feedback, so I have no idea if that's what you want. I'll discuss the email on that in my second packet though. During that meeting, you also noted that you did not want the 2026 budget. The problem with that is that my office does need to prepare the alternative tax budget to be approved by the commissioners, and that's usually done in early to mid-August. Christy Stark, the senior accountant, utilizes the numbers that are put in the Munis central budget to prepare this. Some departments and offices have done this, but not all because of what was said in the meeting. We do need to have those budgets submitted as soon as possible. It would be helpful, and this is what I'm asking the board to do. If the board would send out an email to the offices and departments with a deadline for the 2026 initial budget numbers so that we can complete that process for the alternative tax. And a deadline and what information you require for the mid-year updates. Additionally, it would be appreciated for you to set a meeting to review those requests and make decisions. Second packet for you to address what I said as part of my budget. For the June 6th budget meeting, I worked with Christy Stark and Tim Jennifer to prepare a mid-year update, although we were not given a deadline or details of what we wanted. I sent this to you in an email on June 23rd, 2025. I received no acknowledgement or feedback and no further meeting has been scheduled. Print out this email and the attachments are there for you. We have This is the email attached. You'll find a spreadsheet and I've included that, which is on almost mid-year assessment of where the auditor's office is with regards to the budget. And what we've been given, in contrast to what is needed to fund this office without laying off employees. We have a spreadsheet. The first page of the spreadsheet, which is the first tab in the digital one, has 5 columns. It's a payroll. You have the 2025 revised budget. That's the current approved general fund budget for the auditor's office. The 2025 actual, that's what's been extended to date on payroll. Estimated through the end of the year. These are the estimated payroll costs based on current employees with no layoffs through the end of the year. Estimated year-end total. This is what has been expended to date, plus what is estimated through the end of the year. The difference. This is the difference between what is needed for no layoffs and what has been accrued. The bottom line on this spreadsheet is that we still have a negative $308,000, $308,706.23, which is our current negative variance. The non-payroll tab, which is your second and third pages, also has 5 columns. The 2025 revised budget, 2025 actual, or the 2025 encumbered. These are funds that are currently encumbered. 2025 available, 20.5%. That's the percentage of the budget and funds expended. We have so far delayed layoffs, mostly because we have 2 resignations of employees and have no intention of replacing any individuals. Here's a summary of where this office is financially at this time. Our revised total requested on March 17th, 2025, in order to avoid layoffs was $3,794,292.60. In the budget, this office was granted $3.4 million, leaving a variance of $394,296.60. Our current variance is now $308,706.23. The reduction of the variance is due mostly to the resignations. Since I wrote this email, we've had another resignation of an employee who was paid 25% out of the general fund. This resignation changes our negative variance in the general fund to $293,277.78. I wish to remind the commissioners of a few things about the general fund costs of my office. Most of these are payroll costs, which cannot be funded through our other fund. And most of those costs are IT related. IT supports not only the mandated services in my office, but also mandated services countywide. Our non-payroll general fund costs are also mostly IT related. It should be noted that these expenses occur later in the year, and as a result, if you look at the percentage that we've used, that's not a good gauge because we have a lot, we're backloaded towards the end, right? So you can't use that. If you try to use that as a gauge of where we are in non-payroll costs, it's not going to be accurate. Also, as you know, the cost of tax map duties are still being performed by my office, must by law be borne by the general fund. In addition to what's in the email, I want to note that I've been meeting with the union officers and a representative from ASME on a regular basis since the end of March, including a phone meeting when I was recovering from my accident. I have our union president from ASME 3196, Beth Toth, here with me as well. Each time I meet with them, I make a commitment to not issue a layoff notice before a certain date. I base that commitment on a review of our current financial status. I currently have a commitment to not issue a layoff notice until after July 29th. At the last meeting, I shared with them the date on which, if nothing happens and nothing changes, we would run out of general fund payroll, the end of October. This date does not account for the cost of laying people off. So if nothing changes, I would have to give a layoff notice fairly far in advance of that date, and my office would not be able to complete many of its mandated duties, as well as the IT support necessary for the mandated duties of other offices. We have been working to cut costs in non-payroll areas, but our biggest cost is payroll. As a reminder, Chief Deputy Hannaford has had his pay frozen. The other 3 non-union personnel who have had to pay more for their insurance than the union personnel are all in the mid to low range pay versus their union coworkers. We eliminated overtime unless it's an emergency situation and have requested that employees take comp time rather than overtime to save money. The employees have been cooperative. They don't have to be. They have a choice, but they've been cooperative, and I appreciate that. When I took office back in 23, we had 43 employees. I felt that we had too many in certain areas and not enough in others. As people retired in those areas where I felt we were overstaffed, I let those positions go vacant and created positions where I felt we were understaffed. The result of this reorganization was at the beginning of this year, we had 42. There's a rumor or something going around that I had added 6 positions. My net was a loss. I was at 42 versus 43. We now have 39 employees. Our employees, both union and non-union, have worked together to absorb the work of the employees who have left. For my part, because my salary is statutory, I have chosen to pay for certain things rather than have my office pay for them as my way of contributing. So far, these purchases total just under $700. Additionally, I saved the county about $400 in hotel costs for my county auditor summer conference by only staying 1 night in the hotel, which I paid for, $192.23. I drove my own vehicle to date for that conference without any reimbursement. Using the IRS rate for deduction, this would have been about $340. It is also my intent to drive my own vehicle to the winter conference in Columbus without reimbursement, about $240 using the IRS rate, and will stay with my brother rather than a hotel, $400. There are other items I intend to pay for as well in a second. I want to remind the commissioners that there is a process to laying off union members, and that each day that goes by, without adequate funding brings us closer to a time where we will need to give a notice of layoffs to the union. I would request that you fund the auditor's office fully with an additional, in the email it's 308, but it's now $293,277.78 in order to avoid layoffs, as well as a consequential diminishment of mandated services, both in this office.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor.
What do we have to do to increase enforcement tax collection? And she said we're behind on that. Who enforces that? How do we increase that? Is that something, is there threat penalty? What is the penalty if they don't pay?
Well, I can take that a little bit, I guess, both hands of prosecutor's office. Basically, delinquent taxes are generally handled by the treasurer's office at first. When people become delinquent, the treasurer will submit his delinquent tax certificates. This is the abbreviated process. Submit them to the prosecutor's office to institute tax foreclosure proceedings. From there, there's a number of options. We try to get people onto payment plans whenever possible. The statutes allow for payment plans, 10 pays to get people, for example, back into paying their taxes. If that's not successful, we go through the legal process of tax foreclosure, which can lead to the loss of the property to tax share sale, for example, sometimes to the land bank if it's a property that qualifies for that. And those properties, in theory, are sold and put back to taxable use by a new owner. Obviously, we hope that's a last resort. Taking people's property away doesn't really, it doesn't often get us all the tax money back anyway. So the preference obviously is to try to get people to pay the taxes, but for a number of reasons, whether it's lack of income, whether it's inheriting property from someone else without the means to keep it. Those things happen, but that's the process. And at some point, the problem with that process obviously is it's lengthy. The legal process of foreclosing on property isn't easy, it isn't quick. And it doesn't, like I said, doesn't always recover the actual money that's been lost in the taxes either. Try our best to do that, but it's not a guarantee.
And that's an ongoing issue.
It's always.
Oh,
been,
yeah,
yes.
It's always.
In fact, I will say that's one thing that between the treasurer's office and our office that I can say, when I started here in the county, we had years where we did 20 to 30 tax foreclosures a year. We got up in the 2008, 2009 era and a little bit beyond where we had 600 tax foreclosures a year. And we're not even close to the 20 or 30 anymore. We're still in the hundreds per year. But it's something we continue to do. We've done forever. And it is essentially one of the few options to try to collect that money, unfortunately. Okay, so bottom line on this is, Missouri, you're saying we got 912,179.
Those are all the canceled prior carryovers. That's money that we couldn't know how much we would have until after the budget was approved, and because they weren't canceled prior to the end of the year, they had to wait to cancel them until after the budget was in. And so we had a great deal right at first, like 600 some, because you had some large ones from your office.
Yeah.
And they kind of trickled in, but at this point, that's where we're at with those.
Okay, and so the current reserve is 13,486 with 3% more than what's recommended as far as 2-year carryover, 2 months worth of operating expenses.
Correct.
So there's 3% of that could be available. So how much money more than what we thought we had before do you believe we have right now that we could spend?
Well, what I told you about the carryovers.
Yes,
I'm not gonna tell you to go into reserves, you know that,
I understand.
but I would say the $900,000 that you have in a canceled carryover, that's available for you to spend, rather than going into the reserves.
Does that include the increase in tax or the sales tax that we are
Well,
up
the increase,
according to our budget?
that stays in the 921, that's why the reserves have gone up.
Okay.
You understand that? They've gone up since the beginning of the year. those stay in that, we don't transfer those over because they are not being budgeted as general fund. We only transfer the sales tax that we've estimated into that. Everything else stays in those.
But according to your estimates you gave us at the beginning of the year and where we are right now, it's safe to say we're up about $1 million more than what we anticipated.
I have to look at that, but I don't think that that's.
400,000
There's
just
things
last
that
month,
you-
right?
You also had taken things out of the reserves and things like that. I'd have to ask Christie for the.
I'm just looking at sales tax, because we we get the monthly report from her, and we've been up every month.
Right. because
Last
it-
month,
it
up
makes up for
400,000.
what you took out of the reserves. But again, and that's fine, you guys have to handle that, that's your call. But I would say, you guys were talking, specifically why I mentioned the carryovers, is there was a lot of discussion in that June 10th meeting about the reserves and about possibly tapping into those to
When we
get
have
through
that.
the end of the year. But you have that 900,000 that you should look at before you look at the reserves.
And we've already given, Metro, gave the prosecutor's office money.
Yeah, but that was different. The prosecutors had nothing to do with that money. That
No,
came out of-
I understand that. I'm just saying to help them get their budget in order. That was helpful. So, I mean, it just
Well-
is, but it wasn't a part, you're right. It was not like literally.
We know we have a pending request from the Board of Elections. We have this 300,000 request from her, and we have, I believe, $150,000 request coming from the recorder.
I'm going to point out, Martha Trumbull County Auditor, at that June 10th meeting, you talked about getting mid-year updates from everyone, and I think.
I have some of them, and the ones that I didn't get, I did them myself.
You
So I
did?
have,
Okay.
yeah,
So
I
as
did them
long as
myself.
they have that, I just think it's only fair to have
100%.
everybody.
I printed yours.
I have to take my office hat off, because I lead my office and I care about my office, but I also want to be fair to everyone in the county, to everyone.
Here's how I was doing it. I put them in red where they were over, but the percentage is, like you said, can be somewhat.
It's deceiving, you have to be very
Correct.
careful. I mean, payroll is one that's pretty, you can look at it and say, okay, yeah. But there's a lot of, depending on the office, depending on the department, there are things, for us, a lot of things for software come at the end of the year.
Correct.
And so we've got to pay those, and we can't, so when you look at our non-payroll in particular, and I think probably non-payroll for lots of
I think it's gonna be for a lot of
offices,
them.
are not going to be accurate. You can't say, oh, well, look, they're only at 20%. Well, they may have something in that category that comes at the end of the year and you don't know.
And some 100%, they've already, that is
But
just,
that's it.
just a
It
single
works both
cost and
ways.
it's
It
done,
works both
yeah,
ways.
yeah, so.
So I think personally, I mean, and you know what, I would love for you guys to give it 293,000, right? But I know that, I think it's best for you to look at what the needs are for
I'm gonna put
everyone.
it together. for
And
everybody.
that would be great, and schedule another meeting
Yes.
and just do it that way rather than try to do it hodgepodge.
And in the meantime, we can go ahead and send out an email and give them till Tuesday of next week to get the 26th in. They just have to go in and enter.
I think
the-
we need to.
A lot of them had already started.
I don't like the knee jerk, oh, they need money, here's yours, here's yours, then all
Yeah.
of a sudden we.
All
That's not fair.
And that's, I just would prefer that you guys do that, that you have you have a meeting and you do it fairly.
I'm working on.
I
it.
would want to be treated that.
Yeah.
Here's one thing that we have to remember, though. We took, what, 2 million out of the commissioner's budget?
Well, that's true.
And nobody knows how much our utility costs are gonna be.
We're already in
That's,
trouble.
that's what we have to remember, October, November, and December.
And I have another issue that weren't the 4 muni courts. We have to get some money in there. They are over budget as they stand, and we can't do that.
So we need all those.
Yeah.
Before we start.
I have that too.
That's why we need to look at the whole pie, not
Yes.
just a piece of it.
Mark Bishop County Auditor, if you have those when you're about ready for them, I would suggest that you fit the commissioner's schedule.
Yeah.
As
If you
soon as
guys, cause
possible.
I literally, they can be put together like that. I have the formula and everything, so I just go in. Whatever they don't provide me, I just go in and take it. I'll just get it, just print it out, and there you go.
That's it.
So I'm not gonna worry too much anymore about, if they didn't, there was some that really, I should have been more diligent about who I emailed it to, because even Patty from 911 said it, and she's not general fund. So
Right.
I didn't need that kind of thing, but most everybody, I got it. So it's okay.
Commissioner, CEO was ready at 11:30. They said they had another commitment meeting after this. So they asked if we can reschedule them, being it's 2:40 right now.
That's right.
They didn't want to wait another 2
I
hours for us.
KO,
Yeah,
so when they gonna come?
she said she can come back, she wanted me to call after the meeting and reschedule. So I'll ask for tomorrow, or if not, at the very latest.
Okay, we gotta get on there.
Understand that. But I understand too, I wouldn't want to make her wait in the lobby for 3 hours.
She's already been waiting 3 hours?
No, she had to leave. She had another appointment, so.
I'll make y'all pack. Highlight. Commissioners, I have questions about the insight meeting.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe I can just mail them to you.
It's something where we need to make a decision. We
We
need
need to
to.
know who's gonna be speaking at it, because for the press release, I have to. And are there going to be public comments at that? If not, I'd like to put that.
Who's actually hosting it? What are they wanting out of it? I guess we gotta find out from Insights, their meeting. We're just a guest. I get a call from Bernie Marino's office yesterday, and they said, hey, what are you expecting of us at the meeting? And I said, we're an invited guest just like you are. I don't know. It's not our meeting.
All right.
It was my
Wait a
understanding
second,
that you
wait a
guys-
second, I got something to say. I had a email from Insight. Dr. Shaw wants to be present. He can't be present on the 22nd. They want to change the date to August 5th. I haven't had the opportunity to call her with everything going on today. I could call and say, listen, we don't need Dr. Shaw here. If you can make it, because we have contacted a lot of entities.
Right, but that's their meeting. How do we, their meeting without their guy?
Well, he wants to be here. So, I mean, if we're gonna have to call the congressman, we're gonna have to call the state reps, we're gonna have to get in touch with all these people again and hopefully get in touch with them. It's, I mean, are we good with that? Cause I'll let her
Well, we
know.
don't even know the purpose of the meeting, do we?
Oh, the purpose of the meeting basically is they're in the process of their licensing. They want to, come to the commissioners to get the support of the commissioners for them to reopening, the hospital, give us their intentions, look at, whatever variables, whatever questions that we or any elected official or whoever's present is interested in asking. I mean, they're traveling out of Columbus to come, the attorneys, and if, Dr. Shaw's present, he's the CEO, operating officer, right?
I think you need to talk to Dr. Shaw and say, hey, we got this whole meeting schedule on you. You want us to move congressmen and senators for your time frame. Is there any way you could be here even on Zoom or something? That, that's a lot of very important people's time that we're jockeying around with, and to get them all together again, I don't know if that'll be possible. And to some, it's your meeting, we can't be without you, but
That's what I'm
you're
doing.
risking.
I'm trying to, I've not had a response yet, but I'll get a response from her here, see where, where we go from there. We'll have to contact. Well, that gives us a little bit of time. Few weeks. Another thing, Bill, they've been wanting me to sign this document for the settlement, this three.
That's what Gary said, that, the ones that are next week's agenda, not this week.
Is this the one with Matt Blair?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, cause 3M?
yeah.
Yes, I believe it
Yeah.
was.
Okay.
But we
Okay,
need a
cause
resolution
I mean, they've been,
authorizing you to do
but
that.
we're gonna need to vote on it? Or no?
Yeah, there's gonna be an agenda item next week.
Authorizing you to do it.
Okay, cause this Nicole's been just blowing up my phone, I keep holding her off. So I'll just tell her next week we're gonna.
Unless the commissioners want to throw this on tomorrow, I mean, it's pretty.
Let's do
I don't
next
wanna
week.
talk to Lisa.
Lisa's,
What do we
not through enough today.
Wait a
It
minute.
is
you're
for
talking about adding
PFAS.
something else.
Yes,
It-
that's
it-
why
It's your agenda.
What's
Just-
that
I don't-
There is a chemical out there called PFAS, PFAS, alkali. And I don't know the entire thing on it, but it says forever chemicals, the DuPont 3M put in the environment. And anyway, they're in a class action lawsuit. To sue them from water utilities.
The commissioners hired
And
counsel.
so 3M has settled with us for some funds. as they did nationwide with a lot of other utilities. And we're looking at, am I allowed to disclose how much, Bill?
I don't.
I don't think you should.
And let's just say it's not gonna, solve all our financial.
Is this money that we're gonna receive from the settlement?
Yes,
Yeah, so Bill Danza, prosecutor's office, the commissioners do have some explanation of this, I think, in your email, but the bottom line is that this is something the commissioners hired a law firm, they voted to hire a law firm, I think earlier this year perhaps, to explore this and to participate in this class action suit. And apparently now the law firm has a proposed settlement. that they want
Actually,
to
it
talk
was
about.
actually, Bill, it was in 2024. That's what.
Oh,
Matt
so
said.
was that long again?
Yeah, it was the
My,
former,
yeah.
former.
I remember
commissioner.
Snow and Water they got
Yeah.
a settlement from that same thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I don't have a problem signing. I just didn't want to just be signing just anything. This has been
Yeah,
going
well,
on.
if it's a settlement agreement, I do think it would be appropriate for the board to, learn about it, vote on it, and approve it, so.
Okay. Good.
Motion adjourned.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
wait a
wait. Do you want me to call
What about?
Lucy to send something up for tomorrow?
He's waiting for me.
Second.
Wait a minute, hold it. I want to discuss the email from Mr. Danzo on the 911. That we have the architect doing the drawing. There's no lease agreement.
Yeah, I heard that
Do
we
we
have.
call them in and have them stop doing what they're doing?
We haven't negotiated the health department with rent. They want maintenance. They want, I mean, it was like, we never discussed it.
No. What they want, and I was in on that phone call too, is what they want is for us to pay utilities for the building and for us to handle maintenance, meaning the parking lot plowing, not like they plow half, we plow half. They just don't want our maintenance guys to plow and saw and mow the grass. That's it. Not building maintenance, not structural, just general groundskeeping maintenance.
We do have a job.
And then utilities, they said with utilities, they know what they're paying now. They know what, we know what we're paying now. When we talked to Tacey, what they're asking us to pay and what she's already paying now is about the same. So we are still getting the building kind of at rent free.
Oh,
We're just, instead of breaking the bill up every month, a percentage.
no rent?
What's that? No rent.
Oh.
No rent
I
is
thought there
included.
was
in
rent.
this.
Wait a minute, no.
But Bill had said, I don't know if we can pay someone else's utilities. It might be easier for them to just put their utility bill into a rent is what it.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The way I read the email was, we'll pay $4,000 for their rent, right? Plus we have to pay our utilities also.
Not their rent. Their
Well, utilities. We have to pay their utility costs plus our utilities costs. And our utility costs probably will be more than what their utility costs are.
Oh, they want us to pay all the utility.
Correct. And then do all the remodeling also.
Yeah, that's on us. So
Well,
that's.
yeah, but so it's not free.
Yeah, that was what I just wanted to alert you guys to, because I admit, maybe it was only me, but I was under the impression they had said rent free. I thought that was, and I knew that we would be paying utilities. I thought that meant
Yeah, I
they would
agree
expect
with
the
that.
county to pay the county, like ours.
Yeah, not theirs.
That's what I'm thinking. We can't pay somebody
But
else.
when it came up during the meeting was, well, they basically said we've calculated right now, we pay, I think it was about 32,000 a year in all utilities combined. So we'd ask you guys to be paying those going forward. And again, that's where I was a little bit caught off guard, because I thought that they were going to be asked to pay for the county share, not all of theirs.
Correct.
And then as the utilities go up, when the county would move in, we would be paying for those as well. And then there was talk about, there was talk about the groundskeeping, obviously, that's what they wanted. And then there was also talk about some of the costs of the interior. The fire suppression system inspection is $400 and some a year, some things like that. But when that started to come up, basically what I had asked for, I think we wanted to see then is, can you prepare sort of a written list of what you would expect? We haven't seen that yet. So, yeah, I think because that way the commissioners could see the proposal in front of you in writing and then see. And then that brings in the question too, because there was a talk, Commissioner Malloy's right about, okay, maybe it would be better to say, instead of getting ahead of myself a little bit, but one of my concerns is 911 obviously is funded by some of their own funding sources. I have a concern audit wise about paying for the utilities of the Board of Health out of a dedicated 911 funding. I think we could get in some audit hot water.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that.
And so part of the problem they have there is we don't have our own heat source.
Correct.
We don't have our own electricity source. It's all lumped into one bill and they can't split it. The internet is gonna be the same internet, whether it's one user or them using it at the same time. We need internet service
So what if they
maximum.
just charged us rent and that covered the utility? Do you know what I'm saying?
Right, and that might be the easier route. That's all he was talking about. They were gonna put a plan together that was that way. So technically, we really can't, I mean, and we're doing the same thing where we are now. We're paying for
Yes.
that whole building at 911 to use the basement and the second floor. Or all those old offices and apartments that are in there.
Yeah.
That are Hillside. Hillside gives us the bill and we pay the whole thing over there. And we pay Hillside back. And for
Yeah.
that whole building,
Yes.
everything from their main building to that.
And we weren't,
So it's very simple.
never allowed to do that. That was really kind of like, we're not, but how they worked it out is, and we were getting in trouble with First Energy with that, because they don't want to hear that, a split a meter. They wanted us to have each our own meters. And that was going to happen. That was going to happen. But they went defunct before that ever even occurred.
The two other things I guess I would say on that is that one way that it could be done, I think, is the same way that we do. I think Job and Family does a little bit with Maximus's study is they can sort of do a square footage estimate of
We
things.
use of that building.
But I don't know that the health department was interested in that, because I don't know that that compensated them at the level they were looking for.
Gotcha.
And then the problem with rent is what we still have to figure out is, you know, when we talk rent free, that's one thing, because there's a section of the revised code that says, well, it's this competitive bidding statute that
Yes.
75 or 77,000 or more, you have to competitively bid. There's a process in that statute about leases and what process you have to go through for leases. If we're not paying rent, then we're not gonna implicate that
Right.
statute. If we are gonna pay rent, then we have to look at that process and for other exceptions. And one of the exceptions we're gonna try to look for, but I haven't seen anything on it yet, is can we rent from a Board of Health without going through the statutory lease process? Contracts with the federal government, state government, townships exempt from competitive bidding. The Board of Health of a general health district is a little trickier in that, so that's something that we have to also get rolling. But I think what we have to do first is we really need to see from them, what are they thinking? What are they okay with? And going back to what Commissioner Bernard brought up, it is maybe worth considering not canceling but can we put the other stuff on hold just until we see that we can or can't work this out with
Right.
them? I don't.
They may have that done already. They were working on
I
it
know,
that day.
I'm not sure.
And we had the fair, so they may have it done. I did get a phone call in the meantime from one of their board
Okay.
members that I haven't returned yet.
Okay.
So it might be that.
Well, they can't have it all done, could they?
No, as far as
Like a proposal.
their proposal to
Oh,
us. Right.
what I'm talking about is
Oh,
I
okay.
was talking about the site.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
Engineering
I,
study.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, not the Board of Health. they can work on it, whatever
Yeah.
case they want to, but I'm just wondering if maybe if you guys
Well,
wanted to try to get in touch with the.
I mean,
engineer.
yeah, what's the rush? I mean, let's get the terms of the agreement together. And make sure that the commissioners are on board. We're all on board with the terms of the
We
agreement.
don't have an agreement.
Well, I mean, and then then continue the process.
I agree.
You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
just tell them to hold up, call Casey and say, hey, hold them up until we get this
Yeah,
agreement.
not canceling at this point,
No,
just.
no, just,
Keep
we
dealing
wanna,
with Bruce.
Yeah.
He's super nice.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have a problem dealing with him on it.
But we don't want them expending more if for some reason
Okay.
they come back and give us something outrageous, which I don't think they're gonna do.
Yeah, the other thing is we gotta make sure legally you can do it.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, we gotta find.
Yeah,
the
like I said, I think we just need to see their proposal to really start that conversation.
Okay, listen, this is only 4 hours. This is a short meeting. And we got this.
Hey, we could
Beautiful young
we could
lady.
go till 5 and she could do live at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Somebody.
But the judge's time is very valuable,
Yeah.
so I'd like to.
Somebody next,
No,
no more meetings, not to.
We do have a meeting. You're more than welcome to attend, 'cause it's informational on an update on the fair.
I get
the thing that happened with, with the fight and a plan of action that the sheriff's department, and the judge kind of came up with for maybe future. Yes. So we have the sheriff and Barry here.
And I gotta hit the road because I got another appointment.
And I need some signatures.
Okay.
I had a 2 o'clock.
And I need
So
to,
I need some too.
I had
Oh, do you
questions,
need
but
me?
see, I'm.
I need these three. I already got.
Can I sign first?
Bill?
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy.
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.